Chapter 5031. If this was the first time Ling Xiao saw a martial artist from Heaven's Wall City, he might really be afraid. But now, Ling Xiao had even beaten great Emperor Lianhua to the point of resurrection. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of a martial artist from Heaven's Wall City. Some problems had to be solved. With a faint smile, he signaled the others with his eyes and stepped into the military camp. Over 300 experts from Heaven's Wall City stood neatly in the military camp. One of them sat on a wooden armchair and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. "You are the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You can't be a fake, right?" This was the general of Heaven's Wall City. His strength was second only to the Heaven's Wall City Lord, a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Ling Xiao felt that he was even stronger than Lotus Flower. Of course, he was only slightly stronger than Lotus Flower, who hadn't fully recovered. Moreover, he didn't have as many lives as Lotus Flower. If the two of them were to fight, victory would definitely belong to Lotus Flower. Reporting to the general, "This is indeed the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao." Not only that, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are already under the rule of the Empire of Tyrants. Ling Xiao is the Empire of Tyrants' heavenly emperor. If Heaven's Wall City has any difficulties, you can tell him. He will definitely help you solve it. Qin Huang said hurriedly. He also felt the restless atmosphere, so he wanted to avoid a battle that shouldn't have started. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the son of the Qin clan. Even the young city lord, Saint Tianming, is dead. You actually shamelessly became someone else's subordinate. If you kill yourself now, I can still let your Qin clan off. Otherwise, everyone in the Qin clan will die." The general looked at Qin Huang coldly and sneered. "What did you say?" Qin Huang's reverse scale was his clan and his relatives. His current cultivation wasn't any weaker than the general. When he heard what the general said, he was instantly enraged. "If you dare to touch my Qin clan, I will make you wish you were dead. I will kill everyone in your Heaven's Wall clan." Qin Huang roared. "Haha, do you have the ability?" The general was a little disdainful. "Qin Huang, stand aside first." Ling Xiao's voice rang out at this moment. He looked coldly at General Shang and said, "Tell me the truth. What is your purpose this time? Do you still not understand? The 4 regions and 9 worlds were only fit to be slaves of the Heaven's Wall City. If you are obedient, you can live without worry. Otherwise, all of you will die." The general sneered. "So there's no room for discussion?" Ling Xiao took a deep breath as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Talk? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? Just the 300 people I brought with me are enough to destroy the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not to mention that Heaven's Wall City had a population of over 1 million. When the army arrives, no matter how many ants there are in the 9 worlds, they will all be wiped out." After the general finished speaking, he waved his hand. The 300 martial artists standing there urged their divine essence, one after another, releasing powerful auras. However, Ling Xiao was faster than them. Since there was no basis for negotiation, Ling Xiao wasn't going to show any mercy. In that moment, he pounced on the general of Heaven's Wall City. "We're all humans, so I wanted to have a good talk with you. Perhaps we could join forces and enter Eternal Divine Nation. But since you've been so arrogant and rude, don't blame me for what happens next." Ling Xiao deployed the god-defying art as soon as he attacked. At the same time, he gathered the Ox Demon Fist in his left hand. He unleashed the power of cosmic light and froze time. Even Lotus Flower wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. He would be gravely injured no matter what. The general was a bit stronger than Lotus Flower. However, Ling Xiao firmly believed that the general would be gravely injured as well. The attack landed the moment time froze. The moment the time stopped disappeared. The general of Heaven's Wall City let out an earth-shattering scream. The entire military camp was shaken by this sound. Ling Xiao had severely injured the general of Heaven's Wall City with a single blow. However, the general was obviously still alive. He probably had some defensive treasure on him. His strength was impressive as well. Stop! It wasn't until now that the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City finally reacted and wanted to come to the general's rescue. However, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and the others had already launched their attacks. Ling Xiao's attack was the signal. Ling Xiao didn't dare be careless in the face of the powerful general of Heaven's Wall City. Although he'd already injured the general, he still launched a series of attacks. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to kill his opponent. Moreover, he had also noticed some clues from the conversation between Qin Huang and the general. Perhaps Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be as arrogant as it was now if he destroyed the Heaven's Wall clan. The general of Heaven's Wall City thought of counterattacking amidst his screams. But it was useless. Ling Xiao launched a series of attacks. There was almost no pause between each move. He didn't want to give the general any chance to turn the tables. He deployed the god-defying art from the unification to the god-defying art. His left hand wasn't idle either, blasting out all sorts of martial soul techniques. It had to be said that the general was already very strong. He'd blocked most of Ling Xiao's attacks. That was why he hadn't died immediately. However, he was already covered in injuries. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't injured. More importantly, he hadn't been able to launch a counterattack until now. He'd only been defending himself hastily. The only thing he was thinking about was that he'd underestimated his opponent too much. He'd been so careless against the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That was why he'd ended up in such a pitiful situation. It was a tragedy from start to finish. It's time to end this. Shatter the void, shatter the void. Seeing that the general had no strength to retaliate, Ling Xiao thought that the time had come. He wanted to end this battle by shattering the void. Damn it! I'm the general of Heaven's Wall City. If you dare to kill me, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will definitely be slaughtered by the army of Heaven's Wall City. The general could only threaten him with words. He couldn't do anything else. All right. Whatever you say. However, you can forget about seeing what you said. Ling Xiao watched as the general's body was torn apart by the void mirror. He smiled when he sensed that the general's aura had disappeared. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the entire process had only taken a minute. The general of Heaven's Wall City had been careless, and Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to attack. He'd been defeated with a series of attacks. The surrounding martial artists of Heaven's Wall City were dumbfounded. You actually killed our general. You're crazy. One of them exclaimed in horror and disbelief. Start, domain name, please remember _3. The general of Heaven's Wall City wasn't the only one who died in the battle. Dozens of the 300 experts had also died. Ling Xiao's companions weren't easy to deal with. Their strength wasn't something that these guys could imagine. Avenge the general. These people hadn't realized how strong Ling Xiao and the others were, and they were still dreaming of revenge. Chapter 5032. In the end, Ling Xiao joined the battle. In an instant, close to 100 people died. Only now did they realize their fear. The remaining people all chose to escape. Because there were more people. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to chase after them, it would not be easy. He could only give up for now. Lunatics of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, you're all finished. The general has been killed, and Heaven's Wall City will send an army to attack. Just wait for your destruction. Angry roars came from afar. Come at me. If you want to die, try it. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the fleeing cultivators. Then he looked back at Qin Huang and said, Come with me and bring your family members back. Those people will definitely complain when they return. I'm afraid the Qin family members are doomed. Since they had already become comrades, Ling Xiao would not sit idly by and do nothing about Qin Huang's family. Boss, do we have to go too? Xiao Jin asked. Of course. We can't wait for others to attack. The 4 regions and 9 worlds are already in ruins. Although we won, the destruction caused by the battle is also very great. This time we have to fight outside. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. Since he wanted to target the Heaven's Wall clan and not the entire Heaven's Wall city, the best way was to sneak attack the enemy and kill the Heaven's Wall city lord. At that time, Heaven's Wall city would know how powerful the 4 regions and 9 worlds were and would not dare to attack. Call Haim, Miankeo to go with us. She has the protection of the 9 dragons. It's time for her to temper herself on the battlefield. Perhaps her strength will increase faster. As for the others, just guard the only path from Heaven's Wall city to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Don't let those fellows escape to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao was a man of action. Since he had decided to do something, he would not waste time. First, he let everyone hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Then he entered the shadow warrior form and quietly followed those fleeing cultivators. Since the vanguard of Heaven's Wall city had arrived, the main army must be not far behind. As expected, following the path that Qin Huang had pointed out, they stepped onto a relatively safe path. This was the path that Heaven's Wall city cultivators took to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The danger level along the way was the lowest. Even so, a martial artist at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon would still face the risk of losing his life if he entered. However, Ling Xiao's strength was already on par with a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. This little bit of danger was not a problem to him at all. After traveling for over 100 miles, they finally saw an oasis. Above the oasis, the army of Heaven's Wall city was densely packed. At a rough glance, there were at least 1 million of them. Fortunately, the Eternal Desert's oasis was also huge. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate the millions of martial artists. Ling Xiao did not alarm the other party. Instead, he snuck into the military camp. Because it was a temporary military camp, the defenses were naturally not that tight. In addition, Ling Xiao was best at concealing his whereabouts. It was a piece of cake to sneak in. They had just arrived at the Qin clan, but before they could even see the Qin clan's patriarch, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly surrounded them. It should be that the Heaven's Wall city master had already received the report of those who had escaped. "Qin Hu, you old thief! Get out here for this city lord!" A loud shout came from outside the Qin family's camp. Obviously, he was very angry. "Heaven's Wall city master, what is the meaning of this? Do you still want to have internal strife at this time?" Qin Huang's father, Qin Hu, who is now the Qin clan's patriarch, looked at the Heaven's Wall city master who had just walked in with an ugly expression. "I have internal strife? You old thief! You have always disagreed with my policy. You actually want to ally with those despicable fellows from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That's why you sent your son, Qin Huang, to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I just received news that the general was ambushed and killed by those bastards from the 4 regions and 9 worlds in a despicable and shameless way. Your son, Qin Huang, also participated in this ambush. Today, you must give me an explanation." The Heaven's Wall city master said coldly, "What explanation do you want?" Qin Hu asked coldly. He knew the general's character too well. He was a conceited egomaniac. Qin Hu would never believe that someone would use a despicable and shameless way to deal with him. "Qin Hu, take your own life. If you die, I can spare the rest of the Qin family. Otherwise, even if I have to take the risk of internal strife, I will not let them off. Even if there is internal strife, I will still kill the entire Qin clan." The Heaven's Wall city master said coldly, "Do you mean it?" Qin Hu asked, "Why, you don't believe me?" The Heaven's Wall city master said indifferently, "I can swear to the heavens that if you die, I will spare the rest of the Qin clan, including your son, Qin Huang, and your daughter, Qin Qin. If I go back on my words, I will die a horrible death. Master, don't. Qin Huang's mother grabbed Qin Hu's arm and shook her head. You did nothing wrong. Why must you die? If you die, what will we do? We are willing to live and die with the patriarch. The Qin clan had always treated their subordinates well. Therefore, Qin, who was deeply loved and respected, these people were truly willing to die for him. Qin, who sighed and restrained Qin Huang's mother. Then he took a step forward and placed his sword on his neck. Tian Dinglai, don't forget your oath. Of course. The Heaven's Wall City Master, Tian Dinglai, said with a faint smile. Then he said to someone behind him, After Qin Hu dies, don't leave a single member of the Qin clan alive. I have already made my oath. I can't do it, but you can. Don't worry, Lord City Master. Only Qin, who is difficult to deal with in the Qin clan. As long as he dies, I can instantly exterminate the entire Qin clan. That person said excitedly. It was a pity that Qin Hu didn't hear those words. He weighed the pros and cons and thought for a long time before making such a decision. Although Qin Hu's name sounded bold and powerful, he was actually a very soft-hearted person. He didn't want the martial artists in Heaven's Wall City to kill each other. He felt that by sacrificing himself, he could exchange for peace. Unfortunately, he seemed to be too naive. How could someone like Tian Dinglai keep his promise? Because of his character, although he had a high reputation in Heaven's Wall City, he couldn't become the city master. To put it bluntly, he wasn't as good at playing tricks as Tian Dinglai. This was his strength, but also his weakness. Perhaps this was what the saying "no one is perfect" meant. Huang, Qin, you must live well. After saying this, Qin Hu closed his eyes and stabbed his sword into the depths of his soul realm. However, at this moment, a hand reached out from the void and blocked the sharp blade of the long sword. Old man, we will live well. Don't be in such a hurry to die. The person who appeared was Qin Huang. Although appearing now wasn't good for the sneak attack plan. However, Ling Xiao still felt that he should let Qin Huang save him. Otherwise, if Qin Hu died, it would become Qin Huang's lifelong regret. Huang, Qin Hu looked at his son in a daze. It had only been 1 or 2 months, but his son seemed to have become stronger than before. He was more mature and steady. He was no longer the arrogant young master. Instead, he had become more like an expert. Chapter 5033. Father, Tian Dinglai has failed in his management of Heaven's Wall City, resulting in the current situation. He should take full responsibility. Now, not only does he refuse to admit his mistakes, but he wants to take over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He has provoked an equally powerful enemy. He is leading Heaven's Wall City to its doom. The one who deserves to die is him, not you. Qin Huang looked at Qin Hu and said righteously, You dare to come back? Good. Very good. Since that is the case, you will be buried here with your father. Tian Dinglai's expression turned ugly as his plan failed. He really did not think that Qin Huang actually dared to come back alone. Tian Dinglai, you said it. You can't go back on your words. Qin Hu shouted loudly, That's enough, father. How can you believe the words of such a person? He swore that he would not do anything to the Qin family after you die. But don't forget, even if he doesn't do anything, his subordinates can still destroy the Qin family. Qin Huang shouted sternly. Then he looked at Tian Dinglai and said, In front of the King of Sovereign's laws, do you dare to swear that after my father dies, you and everyone else in Heaven's Wall City will not do anything to the Qin family? Oaths were effective in the mystic world. As long as your strength did not surpass the King of Sovereigns, you would be punished by the laws if you went against your oath. Tian Dinglai did not dare to swear, because if he did, his plan would not be able to proceed. You don't dare? If you don't dare, then don't say such nonsense. Today, with me, Qin Huang, here, you can forget about harming my family. Qin Huang said sternly. No matter how naive Qin Hu was, when he saw Tian Dinglai's reaction, He knew that Tian Dinglai was toying with him. Immediately, a flame of anger burned in his chest. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Moreover, Qin, who was very strong. Qin family's sons, listen up. Kill your way out. He shouted loudly. You want to escape? What a joke. Since the plan has failed, we have to use force. Pass down my orders. Kill all the martial artists in the Qin family. As Tian Dinglia's voice fell, a huge martial soul appeared behind him. It was a Kunping. When the Kunping martial soul was released, a terrifying aura soared into the sky like a tower. It dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. This guy is very dangerous. Qin Huang is not his match. Looks like we have to make a move in advance. How about this? Leave Tian Dinglai to me. Your job is to protect the Qin family. Before I defeat Sky, I will not allow you to fall. Because the situation had changed, Ling Xiao also made a new decision. Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Long Chen, and Hai Mian Ko all flew out of the Dongxing Emperor Ring. They stood guard around the Qin clan's campsite. Everyone, don't panic. These are my friends who have gone through life and death with me. They were trustworthy. We've been holding back for a long time. The Tian Ho family had never followed the instructions of their ancestors and never contacted the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now that they were in danger, they wanted to take over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This was not only stupid, but also shameless. Today, my Qin clan will replace you and become the new overlord of Heaven's Wall City, Qin Huang said loudly. On the way here, Ling Xiao had already tried to persuade him. They couldn't abandon Heaven's Wall City in the future. It was the only border between the tyrannical empire and eternal divine nation. It would also be an outpost for the tyrannical empire's cultivators to become stronger. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only rest assured if Qin Huang was in charge of Heaven's Wall City. Qin, whose personality wasn't good. He was too weak and naive. He was easily manipulated and tricked. Huang, are you really going to rebel? Qin, who asked in surprise. Father, don't you understand? They want to get rid of our Qin clan. You still want to be loyal? I'll tell you the truth. These people are the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Heaven's Wall City can't hold on any longer. Their strength has grown to the peak of Heaven's Wall City. This is all because of that idiot Sky Dinglia's stubbornness. Since Qin Huang had agreed to Ling Xiao's plan, he had to persevere even if his father objected. Fortunately, Qin, who was weak but not foolish. After listening to Qin Huang's words, he nodded. Let's not talk about this for now. We can talk more after we've dealt with our current difficulties. Boom! Sky Dinglia's aura was still expanding. He continued to charge into the sky. He was at least 1,000 meters tall. Countless people raised their heads to look at him. Kid, you're really ambitious. Unfortunately, I'm the Emperor of Heaven's Wall City. You're rebelling. You must die. The powerful aura finally stopped growing. Sky Dinglai stood on a white cloud and hovered in the sky. The golden Kuan Peng martial soul behind him shone brightly. It was as if a pair of golden wings had formed behind him. Energy flowed on the wings. With a light flap, he could cause space to tremble and the weather to change. The wind element between heaven and earth seemed to be under Sky Dinglia's control. The other martial artists hovering in the sky had no choice but to fly. The wind element was no longer under their control. Some of them even fell to the ground. Qin, who had a feeling that if Sky Dinglai gently flapped the wings behind him, the entire Qin clan's camp would be torn apart. Even these martial artists would die. This guy is really too strong. I'm no match for him. Although Qin, who was also very strong, he was still far from being Sky Dinglia's match. Huang, find a chance to escape with your mother. We can't let our Qin clan die today, he whispered to Qin Huang beside him. He is indeed very strong. As expected of the city, Lord of Heaven's Wall City. However, This level of strength is not enough for me to escape. Qin Huang shook his head calmly and said, I know someone who is even stronger than him. Who is this person? Qin Hu asked. Father, don't worry about Sky Dinglai. We just need to focus on dealing with the enemies charging at us. Try to reduce the casualties. However, don't be too soft. Even if we don't kill others, others will kill us. In history, every revolution has been accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Qin Huang knew that Ling Xiao would deal with Sky Dinglai. His current mission was to protect the Qin clan's camp. Surrender, Qin Huang. You want to rely on the help of a few trash from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to take my position? That's wishful thinking. Sky Dinglai sneered. Cut the crap. If you want to kill, then kill. Why do you have to keep talking? Qin Huang roared. Good. Very good. Don't move first. I'll show you what I'm made of. Sky Dinglai did not allow his subordinates to attack because he wanted to protect them. That was because he had already started flapping the golden wings behind him. In that instant, a wild wind raged. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. An endless amount of wild wind blew toward the Qin clan's camp like a wild beast. As the wind blew, the ground seemed to be lifted up. Yellow sand filled the sky. The vegetation in the oasis was also uprooted. The demonic dragon, formed by the storm, wanted to swallow the entire Qin clan. Chapter 5034. Protect the weak. Qin Hu shouted loudly. He hurriedly went to protect his wife. The others also went to protect the people around them. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. He wore a ferocious armor and looked like a human immortal bird. Who is that? Everyone in Heaven's Wall City had the same question. Father, that is the strongest person in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao. Watch carefully how he defeats Tian Dinglai. Qin Huang stood there and looked excitedly at Ling Xiao. At first, he only admired him. Now he worshipped him. In fact, it had only been a month. He had witnessed the rise of this young man with his own eyes. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. The ground began to freeze. The wind began to weaken. A frost divine dragon roared as it crawled out of the void. It slammed into the demonic dragon formed by the storm. In the next moment, the demonic dragon was also frozen. The raging wind stopped in an instant. Then, Ling Xiao stabbed out with the Void God's sword in his right hand. The 8 sword lights instantly shattered the frozen sandstorm. At that moment, the originally dark and gloomy scene became clear and bright again. Let me introduce myself. I am Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Empire of Sky Tyrant. I am the strongest person in the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Tian Dinglai, as the City Lord of Heaven's Wall City, you want to take over the 4 domains and 9 worlds. I won't waste time. Do you dare to fight me? If you lose, I will give up the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If you win, take the Tian Dinglai family and leave the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Never come back. Compared to Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao did not hate Tian Dinglai as much. As long as Tian Dinglai was willing to leave, he would not kill him. With that, he soared into the sky and flew thousands of meters up. His battle with Tian Dinglai would be intense. If he got too close to the ground, he would bring disaster to others. That's good. Tian Dinglai did not want to waste too much energy on the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If he could get what he wanted by killing Ling Xiao, wouldn't it be more direct? I've long heard of your great name, but let me see if you're as strong as the rumors say. Since you want to make things convenient for me, how can I not accept it? However, the battle between us has nothing to do with the Qin clan. I will still destroy the Qin clan. All of you, listen up. Launch the attack and wipe out the Qin clan. The battle on the ground began at Tian Dinglai's command. However, Ling Xiao didn't even spare him a glance. His current goal was to defeat Tian Dinglai. He did not care about anything else. Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Long Chen, Qin Huang, and Hai Miankeo, who had the 9 dragons armor. These people were worthy of his trust. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. If Tian Minglai's subordinates wanted to destroy the Qin family, it would be even more difficult than killing him. Whoosh whoosh! 2 streaks of light shot into the sky. It stopped at a distance of about 1,000 meters. This was a battle between the strongest. No matter how many words were said, it would be of no use. In the end, the winner would be decided with their fists. Whoever won would control the 4 regions and 9 worlds. At this moment, 4 people and a horse appeared in a place no one had noticed. If Ling Xiao saw them, he would be surprised to find that he'd seen them before. When he'd first arrived in Violet Spirit, he hadn't recognized Zi Qinya. Zi Qinya had been waiting for them on the street. Su Mingjin, Sun Sheng, Zhu Neng, Sha Hai. Later on, the 4 of them left the little Violet Spirit Kingdom, and there was no news of them. Later on, when Ling Xiao came to the 3,000 holy cities, he heard the names of these 4 people again. He knew that they were experts from Eternal Divine Nation. At the time, Ling Xiao had been very surprised. It was also the first time he'd learned of the existence of powerful beings in the Eternal Desert. The 4 of them stood there. However, no one else could see them. Even the powerful Ling Xiao and Tian Dinglai hadn't noticed them at all. It was enough to show how terrifying they were. Eldest senior brother, who do you think will win? Zhu Ning asked with a smile. Tian Dinglai has great control over his Kunping martial soul. He can control the wind element between heaven and earth. Not only does he possess great destructive power, but he's also astonishingly fast. I still remember Ling Xiao. The first time I saw him, he was just an unremarkable character. But at that time, I could see his unwillingness to admit defeat. Moreover, he seems to be a beast god cultivator and has mastered the beast god body. His ability to defeat Lotus Flower is testament to his strength. I think he'll be the final victor. Sun Sheng said after some analysis, Eldest senior brother, and I have the same opinion. This Ling Xiao is worthy of being taken to Eternal Divine Nation. Don't you agree, Master? Zhu Neng asked Su Mingjin. We'll know whether he's worthy or not after this battle. Don't forget that our mission is to find a seed for Eternal Divine Nation. One day, we'll find a seed that can truly contend against the ancient races. Su Mingjin said faintly, Yes, there are many geniuses in the 9 realms. We've found some who can't awaken on their own. We've sent more than 100 seeds to Eternal Divine Nation as of late. Many of them are more talented than Ling Xiao. They just haven't had the same fortuitous encounters as Ling Xiao. It seems that Dark Frost and Dongwang, you are closely related to Ling Xiao. Zhu Ning nodded. Su Mingjin didn't say anything this time. She quietly watched the battle not far away. Although the energy waves were incredibly strong, they were easily neutralized when they reached them. Perhaps she was paying too much attention to the battle. In that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly looked in their direction. Oh no, he's discovered us. Su Mingjin looked surprised. However, Ling Xiao looked away after a glance. He probably hadn't discovered anything. That kid. Su Mingjin had to be more careful. Everything they did was a secret. If he were to be discovered under such circumstances, it would be a little embarrassing. Ling Xiao, how dare you look around when you're fighting me? You don't take me seriously, do you? In the sky, Tian Dinglai's voice was tinged with anger and killing intent. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying energy circulating within this fellow's body. Every time it circulated, the surrounding wind essence would surge into his body. It made him even more terrifying. The power was terrifying and they were fighting in the air. He only needed to manipulate the air to throw his opponent into confusion. I can understand why Ling Xiao chose to fight in the sky, but it's not a wise choice. Sha Hai shook his head. The sky is almost his home ground. If he can't even beat Tian Dinglai, he doesn't deserve to go to eternal divine nation. Sun Sheng said faintly, "Eldest senior brother, you're asking too much of him. His aptitude is one of the best even among the 100 or so seeds we've chosen. It's a pity that we didn't bring him to eternal divine nation." Chapter 5035. Sun Sheng did not say anything. He just stared at Ling Xiao and the battle. "Ling Xiao, how are you going to deal with this?" Ling Xiao was completely different from what they had imagined. It was as if the powerful Tian Dinglai did not exist in his eyes. Instead, he was thinking about that terrifying yet familiar aura he had sensed earlier. What was it? It was only a flash, but he believed that he had not sensed wrongly. Someone was definitely standing there, staring at him. "Su Meng!" Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He still remembered this aura. If Su Meng was just an ordinary person, he might have forgotten. But the four of them were very special from the beginning. Ling Xiao had engraved them deeply in his mind. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. They don't have any evil intentions. Let's defeat the guy on the other side first. Ling Xiao did not sense any evil intentions from Su Meng's aura, and even if she did, there was nothing he could do about it. That was because he was too strong. Just a moment of feeling told him that he was definitely not a match for this fellow. Seeing that Tian Dinglai was about to explode, Ling Xiao finally raised his head and said, "Let's do it. Looks like I have to defeat you as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what else might happen." Too many things had happened recently. Ling Xiao had also improved a lot. "It seems that you are in a hurry to die. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Tian Dinglai had an arrogant look on his face. It was as if everything was under his control. He spoke condescendingly, as if he did not care about Ling Xiao at all. But it made sense. His Kuan Peng martial soul was a terrifying beast that was not inferior to the divine dragon in the primordial era. It could overturn rivers and seas, swallow clouds, and spit out fog. It could fly for 90,000 miles. Such a powerful beast, even if it had become a martial soul, had inherited these characteristics. This made Tian Dinglai very confident. It's not good to speak too confidently. We'll only know who's stronger after we fight. Ling Xiao still held the Void God's sword in his right hand. The Crimson Blood Demon sword appeared in his left hand. The blood-red sword light swam through the void, instantly transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that shot toward Tian Minglai. At that moment, Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. The space between heaven and earth was completely enveloped by the blood-colored sword light, causing the opponent's speed to seem like it was useless. He couldn't use it at all. Ever since Ling Xiao broke through to the 5th level of the divine physique echelon, not only did the Crimson Blood Demon sword's power increase, it even obtained a new ability. His sword spirit had also awakened. In the past, Ling Xiao's Dongsheng demonic sword and Dongsheng divine sword both possessed sword spirits. Now, the Crimson Blood Demon sword had also awakened a sword spirit. Ling Xiao called him the Blood Demon Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor had his own fighting ability, which was the same as the Tao Tai in the Void God sword. As long as Ling Xiao controlled the Crimson Blood Demon sword, he would never betray him. The skills derived from the Blood Demon Emperor also appeared. This move, 10,000 swords flowing blood, was one of them. The formidable aspect of the myriad sword blood flow was that the area it covered was extremely terrifying. It could even annihilate the opponent's divine essence aura. It could also affect the opponent's ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tian Dinglai wanted to control the wind element, but he was affected by the myriad sword blood flow, which cut off most of his connection with the wind element. "Your idea is good, but it's a pity that your move is too slow. My speed is something you can't even imagine. Goodbye, Ling Xiao. After you die, don't forget who killed you." The instant the myriad sword blood flow was used, Tian Dinglai moved. The golden wings on his back trembled lightly, with strange runes flowing on them. At that moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to slow down. This was already very close to Ling Xiao's time stop. However, because Tian Dinglia's speed was too fast, it caused everything around him to appear very slow. As Tian Dinglai spoke, he had already appeared beside Ling Xiao. Then his claws, which were as sharp as a Kuan-Peng's, suddenly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. He was really fast, fast to the extreme. Even Ling Xiao, who had always prided himself on his speed, felt very shocked. Although Ling Xiao had released the Sun God's Blood Fiend array from the very beginning, even with the Earth Golden Light art, it seemed that he could not avoid the opponent's attack. Therefore, Ling Xiao gave up. "Master, should we save him? It's a pity that this kid died." Zhu Neng saw this scene and hurriedly asked, "What's there to panic about? If he died so easily, how could he have defeated Lotus Flower? Don't forget, that kid can control the law of time. This is something that none of us can do." Sun Sheng said calmly. Before he could finish his words, Tian Dinglia's terrifying claws had already grabbed Ling Xiao's head. Bang! Ling Xiao's head was crushed, turning into powder. His entire body also turned into scattered spirit energy in an instant. Clearly, this was not the real Ling Xiao, but an illusion. Not good. The moment Tianming Lai crushed the afterimage, he had a very bad feeling. There was actually a talisman in this illusion, a terrifying talisman that could trigger the heavenly lightning, earthly fire. Dodge! Tian Dinglai was surprised that Ling Xiao could make such an arrangement in such a short time. However, he did not have time to think too much. His body leaped, and he flew away from Ling Xiao. Although this talisman was not enough to kill him, it could definitely injure him. Once he was injured, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the following battle. Originally, according to his plan, even if Ling Xiao could use the illusion doppelganger to avoid his attack, Ling Xiao's spirit energy would still be in the illusion. He could rely on this spirit energy to find the location of Ling Xiao's real body in an instant. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually hide a talisman for detonation in the illusion? He was truly crafty and cunning. Then where did Ling Xiao go? Thinking of this, Tian Dinglia's face instantly turned ugly. When he went to find Ling Xiao's real body again, a cold voice rang out. A cold voice sounded in his ears. A battle of life and death isn't a spar. Don't think that others will follow your plan. The moment the voice rang out, the sword lights suddenly arrived. The terrifying, God-defying art exploded. 8 sword lights enveloped Tian Dinglai at the same time, not giving him any chance to breathe. As it turned out, after Ling Xiao used the Holy Ground demonic shadow, he also used the shadow dancer form. He arrived at Tian Dinglia's side. If Tian Dinglai chose to retreat, he would naturally attack. If Tian Dinglai did not retreat, then the talisman would explode, and he would be able to beat a drowning dog. This talisman was obtained from Lotus Flower. Being able to defeat Lotus Flower in advance was truly a good thing. Otherwise, facing Tian Dinglia's astonishing speed would be somewhat troublesome. At this moment, Ling Xiao's scheme succeeded. The 8 sword lights had already touched Tian Dinglia's head. They wanted to kill Tian Dinglai. It was not that Ling Xiao wanted to kill this guy, but the problem was that this guy was too strong. If he showed even a little mercy, he might end up digging his own grave. Ling Xiao's scheme was crafty and hard to guard against. It caused Tian Dinglai to fall into an extremely dangerous predicament. Chapter 5036. In terms of power, Tian Dinglai was on par with Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, he was faster than Ling Xiao. However, in terms of cunning and viciousness, he could not be compared to Ling Xiao. An instant crafty plan that did not give the opponent time to think was followed by a killing move to kill the opponent. Seeing this scene, even Su Mingjin was shocked. This guy might not be the most talented among the 100 or so seeds. However, in terms of strategy and craftiness, he is unparalleled. In a situation of equal power, I'm afraid no one is a match for him. I finally understand why he was able to survive until now and why he was able to defeat Lotus Flower. This guy is not human at all. He is a monster. Su Mingjin muttered to himself. After traveling through the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao was the first person he called a monster. In the past, others had called him a monster. However, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was the true monster. In this world, there were many geniuses, but very few monsters. However, he won't win so easily. Tian Dinglai was able to become the city lord. He won't be defeated so easily. Ling Xiao, what other surprises do you have for me? Su Mingjin smiled and looked at the 2 sides of the battle again. The God-defying art's 8-word stance was extremely powerful. When combined with the God-defying sword, it could instantly kill Tian Dinglai. However, Tian Dinglai did not have as many lives as Lotus Flower. Once he died, he would truly die. This was a situation where death was certain. However, aside from a moment of shock, Tian Dinglai's face instantly became calm. It was as though breaking out of this situation was not difficult for him. At this moment, the sword light had already pierced through his protective divine energy and was about to pierce his head. Originally, there was no way to deal with it. However, he could, because he was Tian Dinglai, the city lord of Heavenwall City. What a boring trick! Tian Dinglai sneered disdainfully. In that instant, the giant Kuan Peng behind him transformed into a giant Kuan. The Kuan Peng was an ancient giant beast. It had 2 forms. When roaming the deep sea, it was a Kuan. Roaring in the 9 heavens, it was a Peng. In his rock form, he could control the wind element. In his giant Leviathan form, he could swallow everything. Almost in an instant, Ling Xiao's 8 sword lights actually disappeared. He was completely sucked in by the strange vortex. It was as if a giant Kuan was sucking in water. The scene was truly astonishing. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Although I've heard of the Kuan Peng martial soul's fame a long time ago, I've never seen it before." He also knew that the Kuan Peng had the ability to devour the qi of heaven and earth. However, I never knew what kind of feeling it was. Today, I finally understood. But if you want to refine my sword energy, be careful of indigestion. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Are you very disappointed? He had racked his brains to come up with a solution, but in the end it was all for naught. That was why it was said that in the face of absolute strength, schemes and machinations were nothing. Now it's time for you to die. After saying that, Tian Minglai's body disappeared again. In the next moment, it was already behind Ling Xiao, and its sharp claws attacked again. It was a terrifying and eerie feeling, as if a giant beast was sneaking up on him from behind. That feeling was as if he was in a gloomy and terrifying hell. He was bitten by a pitch-black giant mouth. Divine Ape Invincible Array. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He controlled his divine sense and released the array. The golden light instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's body. The sharp claws were blocked by the divine light, unable to move an inch. His martial spirit array is somewhat special. It's definitely not an ordinary martial spirit array. Could it be that he has more than one beast god martial soul? Zhu Ning said with a frown. Rumor has it that he's a beast god martial soul. However, the level of the beast god position and the number of beast god martial souls are unknown. However, this move does have an extremely strong defensive power. Shahai explained, Tian Minglai, if you were much stronger than me, you might be able to break my martial spirit array. Unfortunately, your strength is on par with mine. Therefore, your attack will not be able to break my divine ape invincible array. Are you disappointed? Oh, it's not completely impossible. If you choose to self-destruct with the energy stored in your body, you might be able to break this golden light. However, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself to kill me? Ling Xiao mocked. I can't hurt you and you can't attack. Is this interesting? Tian Minglai frowned. Who said I can't attack? The defense of the divine ape invincible array is only one of its effects. Next, I'll let you open your eyes. Divine ape, come out. Following Ling Xiao's roar, a giant Vajra divine ape suddenly appeared in the array. It held a golden 1,000-pound staff in its hand and smashed it toward Tian Minglai. Tian Minglai was an expert, so his eyesight was not bad. Realizing the terror of the 1,000-pound staff, he immediately chose to dodge. His body instantly disappeared and flew around the divine ape invincible array. The Vajra divine ape's 1,000-pound staff chased after him, smashing the space and destroying the elements. It formed a ring of terrifying noise. However, it still could not catch up to Tian Minglai. Ling Xiao, your attack speed is really too slow. With this, you can't hurt me. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Just hide in your turtle shell and don't come out. Let me see how many attacks your turtle shell can withstand. Tian Minglai's figure floated around. Because he was so fast, the world seemed to be filled with his afterimages. Wherever he went, a powerful storm would gather. Within the storm, the power of heavenly thunder was brewing. Suddenly, hundreds of giant lightning balls appeared in the sky. The crazy lightning balls rushed toward Ling Xiao along with the wind. They exploded on the divine ape invincible array. Although the Vajra divine ape was still attacking, it could not touch Tian Minglai. When the violent lightning balls landed on the divine ape invincible array, a large part of their energy was weakened. Finally, when they hit Ling Xiao, they could not cause any damage. Instead, they became energy for Ling Xiao to increase his strength. The two of them seemed to have entered a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other. One had astonishing defense. The other had astonishing speed. Both were able to make themselves invincible. What an exciting battle! My decision to watch this time was correct. Zhu laughed. However, if this is the case, it will be difficult to determine a victor. One is invincible, invulnerable. The other has astonishing speed, hard to catch. Let's see who exhausts his divine yuan first. Not necessarily. Sun Xing shook his head. Ling Xiao won't continue like this. That kid is very cunning. He won't just watch as the situation develops in a direction that is disadvantageous to him. He will definitely think of another way. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of trick he will use in the next battle. Sun Sheng had actually racked his brains to think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything. Thus, he could only see what Ling Xiao would do next. Chapter 5037. This time, I can agree with you, eldest senior brother. Regardless of cultivation time, age, or even cultivation, Tian Dinglai is superior to Ling Xiao. In terms of divine energy, he is definitely more powerful. In addition, his cultivation is 2 whole realms higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if he wants to use those schemes, they won't work. After all, a battle is a battle of strength. Schemes and tricks are just mediocre skills. Mediocre skills? Sun Xing smiled and slapped Zhu Neng's head. Idiot, the premise of what you said is that Ling Xiao is only an ordinary 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Unfortunately, he's not. He's a monster. Your eldest senior brother is right. Ling Xiao is about to start his counterattack. Su Mingjin suddenly said, this guy might have set a trap for Tian Dinglai from the beginning. What do you mean? Zhu Ningong asked. Suddenly, the Vajra ape threw the 1,000-pound rod. It was thrown in a direction where there was clearly no one. In the next instant, a scream came from the void. Tian Dinglai appeared from that direction. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. What's going on? Zhu Neng was dumbfounded. This kid is amazing. Sun Sheng clicked his tongue. Eldest senior brother, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how he did it. Tian Dinglai is so fast. The sky is filled with afterimages. He shouldn't be able to determine his opponent's location. Even if he can determine it, he shouldn't be able to lock onto it. Zhu Neng was anxious. It's actually very simple. Sometimes the advantage might be the disadvantage. Tian Dinglai swallowed Ling Zhao's sword energy, right? Do you think his sword energy is so easy to swallow? Powerful sword cultivators would attach their own consciousness to each of their sword qi. Tian Xinglia swallowed the sword qi, although it would not cause him any harm, although it will not harm him. If Ling Zhao's soul power is strong enough, he can instantly sense his divine consciousness. Then, he can lock onto Tian Dinglia's location. That day, Tian Dinglai didn't think of this at all. Naturally, he fell for it. Sun Sheng explained. That's impossible. Are you saying that Ling Xiao had thought of this from the very beginning? Zhu Ning opened his mouth wide, unable to understand the thoughts of these monsters. It's possible, no, it's definitely possible. As long as he knew that the other party had the Kuin Peng martial spirit, for a knowledgeable person like him, he would be able to do anything. He naturally knew that the Kuin Peng martial soul had two forms. Ling Xiao had already predicted that Tian Xinlia would devour the sword light. Sun Sheng said, "No, it's not calculating. It's designing and manipulating, using one's own skills to make the situation develop in the direction one wants." This was even more terrifying than a simple scheme. Ling Xiao wasn't waiting for an opportunity. He was creating one for himself. Even if you don't have the slightest flaw, he will still make you reveal it. Su Mingjin sighed. Tian Xinlia thinks that he is smart. However, he has been following the script that Ling Xiao has set for him. That's too terrifying. Even I feel a little apprehensive about that brat. Beast Soul Fusion. Tian Xinlia, who was injured, flew into a rage out of humiliation and finally chose to fuse with the Beast Soul. At that moment, his appearance changed greatly. His height also increased to about 5 meters. His attacking power increased greatly, his speed did not decrease, and his defensive power was even more shocking. "Master, this shouldn't be Ling Zhao's script, right?" Zhu Neng asked. "Who knows? I still can't tell what Ling Xiao is thinking. However, I feel that he wants Tian Xinlia to fuse with the Beast Soul. Tian Xinlia has obediently followed his command." Su Mingjin said indifferently, "Hee, master, you must be joking." Zhu Neng smiled, feeling his heart twitching. He was extremely powerful. He could even kill Ling Xiao with one hand. However, he still felt a sense of fear toward Ling Xiao. Boom! After fusing with the Beast Soul, Tian Xinlia crazily attacked the invincible Ape God Array. The invincible Ape God Array, covered in golden light, suddenly trembled. Although it did not shatter, it could be felt that the light had dimmed a lot. "You're stronger than I imagined. However, it's not beyond my expectations." Ling Xiao sensed the information transmitted from the invincible Ape God Array. The array was intact, but it consumed a lot of spirit energy. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Given his total amount of divine energy and potential, he should be able to last for half an hour even if he were to launch such ferocious attacks. Half an hour. The battle should be over. "Do you really think that I don't have a way to restrain your speed?" Dragon God Ice Array. The array diagram that had stopped Tianzi's raging storm from attacking the Qin family was once again displayed. In an instant, the temperature of the battle space dropped rapidly. Even if Tian Xinlia was extremely powerful, his speed would decrease in the face of such a drop in temperature. "It's not over yet. Let's do something more interesting." Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire Array. After the Dragon God Ice Array, it was the heavenly lightning, earth, and fire that covered the sky. It covered the entire space. No matter how fast Tian Xinlia was, he would be frozen by the low temperature and blocked by the heavenly lightning, earth, and fire. His speed would also decrease. There was no doubt about it. Although activating 4 arrays at the same time would increase the consumption of spirit energy, Ling Xiao still had top-grade spirit stones to replenish it. He could afford it. Tian Xinlia's afterimages shattered one by one, finally revealing his true body. At this moment, Tian Xinlia seemed to be playing a game with many obstacles. However, the difficulty of this game was too high. It was practically hell. There was almost no space to dodge. After slowing down, he tried to increase his speed again. However, even the wind element was frozen. He could not increase his speed at all. You rat, without speed, what threat can you pose? Let's see how you dodge my attacks. Ling Xiao sneered and attacked with all his strength. The Void God sword in his right hand released the Void God Art's 8-word style. 8 sword lights pierced through the sky. The Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left hand transformed into the Blood Demon Emperor and attacked. The void-shattering power was activated at the same time. The power that transcended the void instantly arrived in front of Tian Xinlia. At the same time, Ling Xiao also used the Soul Secret technique, Black Lotus Treasure Light. 4 types of attacks were released at the same time just to block all of Tian Xinlia's escape routes, or to force out Tian Xinlia's trump card. Although the 4 types of attacks were released at the same time, the methods were completely different. The Void God Art was a pure sword energy attack. It was incomparably sharp and could be used as a vanguard to break the enemy's spirit. The Blood Demon Emperor was a blood-red sword energy that was hard to see with the naked eye. It was impossible to guard against. The void, shattering power transcended the void. There was no distance limit. The moment the attack was released, it would arrive. It made it impossible for the opponent to dodge. Although the power was slightly weaker, it was only to prevent the opponent from escaping. As for the Black Lotus Treasure Light, it was a soul secret technique. It was an attack that targeted the soul. Qi, transcending the void, was the first to succeed. Without the advantage of speed, Tian Xinlia was instantly hit. His shoulder blade was instantly pierced. However, at this moment, Tian Xinlia had already reacted. The Kunping soars for 90,000 miles, invincible. Kunping kill. Chapter 5038. Tian Dinglai sensed danger, so he revealed his hidden trump card in advance. Kunping kill. It didn't sound like a cool name, but it was extremely powerful. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged out of Tian Dinglia's body. The roar of a Kunping could be heard, and the murderous aura shook the heavens and earth. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with Tian Dinglia's divine energy. It formed a giant Kunping. It pounced forward. The 8 sword lights of the Void God sword were completely blocked and even shattered. The Blood Demon Emperor was also shattered by the wind power of the Kunping. Even the Black Lotus Treasured Light was affected, although it still caused some damage to Tian Dinglia's soul. But most of the damage was negated by the Kunping kill. The most terrifying thing was that the attack didn't stop there. The Kunping opened its huge mouth and swallowed Ling Xiao in one gulp. This was the Kunping kill, one of Tian Dinglia's most terrifying trump cards. What a terrifying, murderous aura. An ordinary peak, 7th level divine, physique echelon martial artist would have been torn apart. But it doesn't mean much to me. After all, my body has reached the level of a premium emperor artifact. It has produced 11 dragon patterns. Moreover, I have the invincible ape god formation, which makes me indestructible and invulnerable. This attack is fierce, but it can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Endless murderous aura bombarded the invincible ape god formation. The collision caused the invincible ape deity array to distort and deform. But even so, the formation was not destroyed. But it couldn't go on like this, so Ling Xiao took the risk. The Void God sword stabbed out of the invincible ape god formation. The Tao Tai opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the Kunping aura. The Kunping had the ability to swallow, but the Tao Tai was even stronger. The Void God sword absorbed all the Kunping aura. The Void God Taotia's combat power sword. It was equivalent to a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Bite him! The Void God sword in Ling Xiao's hand turned into a Void God Taotai and pounced on Tian Dinglai, who had just finished using his ultimate move. Tian Dinglai was in a weakened state and couldn't react at all. Coupled with the damage to his soul from before, it was even more serious. In the blink of an eye, the god-defying Taotai was right in front of Tian Minglai. It waved its huge claws and slapped down. Rumble! The entire space was torn apart by this claw. The tyrannical power completely enveloped Sky. Although I'm not as fast as you, I'm not slow either. Moreover, you can't compare to me in terms of the variety of methods. God-defying Taotai, cripple him. Bang! The god-defying Taojia's claws slammed into Tian Minglai's body. Tian Dinglai was sent flying to the ground from over 1,000 meters in the air. At this moment, the battle on the ground was also ongoing. The strength of Qin Huang and the others had far exceeded the expectations of the martial artists in Heaven's Wall City. They had suffered many casualties. However, up until now, not a single one of them had been injured. This huge gap made them lose the confidence to fight. When they saw Tian Ming lie falling from the sky, their eyes widened. Impossible, impossible! How could the city lord lose to a martial artist from the 9 realms of the 4 domains? This was absolutely impossible. Although the truth was right in front of their eyes, these guys still refused to believe it. But then again, how could the city lord of Heaven's Wall City be defeated so easily? Although the god-defying Taoqia's combat power was very strong, it was still inferior to Ling Xiao. Although Tian Minglai was seriously injured, he was not dead. He swallowed a healing pill, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Because he had left the range of the dragon god's ice diagram, he was no longer affected. Idiot! Do you think you can be faster than me after being injured? Holy ground, demonic shadow, kill! Ling Xiao was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. Using the holy ground, demonic shadow, he instantly caught up to Tian Minglai. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky. Every time Tian Minglai disappeared, Ling Xiao would pull him out of the void. At this moment, Ling Xiao's speed was actually faster than Tian Minglai's. Moreover, his movement technique was even more bizarre. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Tian Minglai was being chased in a very sorry state. Suddenly, he turned around and slapped out with his claw, hitting the tip of Ling Xiao's god-defying sword. The clash between the claw and the sword caused a terrifying explosion. After that, the two of them clashed over 100 times. The explosion was like the sound of firecrackers during the Spring Festival. The claws in Tian Minglai's hands were naturally monarch artifacts with 10 dragon patterns. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's god-defying sword was in no way inferior to the iron claws. After over 100 clashes, although it seemed that they were evenly matched, Ling Xiao's body and soul were both stronger than Tian Minglai's. The result was that Tian Minglai's injuries became more serious, while Ling Xiao was fine. Tian Minglai knew that if this continued, things would not be good. He turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. You've been infected by my bloodthirsty plague for so long. Do you really think you'll be fine? Bloodthirsty plague, concentrate. Ling Xiao sneered. Tian Minglai, who was fleeing, suddenly exploded. Although each explosion covered a small area, after a series of explosions, there was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. This time, let's see how you'll block it. Blood Demon Emperors, 10,000 swords. The Crimson Blood Demon, sword stabbed out. 10,000 rays of blood-red light enveloped the heavily injured Tian Minglai. Tian Minglai screamed miserably. The blood-red sword light turned him into a hornet's nest. Even his soul had been pierced. That scene was truly miserable. The screams in the sky clearly affected the battle on the ground. Seeing Tian Minglai die, many of Heaven's Wall City's martial artists lost their will to fight. Of course, A portion of Tianming Lai's diehard followers became even more furious. They clamored for revenge for Tianming Lai. Ling Xiao naturally had no sympathy for this group of people. Boss has already finished fighting. There's no need for us to be so calm. Although Boss wants to avoid casualties, these diehard followers of Tianming Lai are still a disaster. Let's hurry up and deal with them. After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a giant golden crow and dove into the crowd. Raging flames roiled. Only then did people realize that this fellow had not been using his full strength. Good idea. I'll go too. With a shake of his body, Long Qin transformed into a gigantic golden colossal dragon. The terrifying dragon's extinguish was unleashed as if it was free. Seeing this scene, even Tian Dinglia's diehard loyalists felt despair. Before Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua could do anything, the battle was basically over. These seeds are quite good. They'll definitely be key to eternal divine nations fight against the ancient races in the future. Zhu Ning couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the battle was nearing its end. Yes, I wonder if they'll listen to us and go to eternal divine nation with us. Shahai said, They will. They're all ambitious kids. Of course they'll go. The 4 realms and 9 worlds are but a small stage for them. Su Mingjin put her palms together. Chapter 5039. With Tianming's death, the battle was basically over. The experts of Heaven's Wall City hadn't taken the cultivators of the 4 realms seriously. However, this battle caused them to become incomparably terrified. The ants in their eyes were now even stronger than them. Qin Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to meet a few people. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and left. He stopped when he reached the place where he'd sensed the terrifying aura during the battle. Little Jean, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Haim Miankeo watched from afar. Ling Xiao was prepared for the worst. If these spies were enemies, then he had no choice but to fight. Come on out, everyone. We're all friends here, so there's no need to hide. Ling Xiao said coolly as he stood there. That kid's really something. He really did discover us. Zhu Ning was the first to reveal himself. Master didn't seem to be lying when he said he discovered us just now. Sha Hai showed himself as well. Sun Sheng, who hadn't spoken, and Su Mingjin, who looked like an expert, followed closely behind. There was also a silver-white horse. The 4 people and 1 horse just stood there, quietly standing there. They didn't release any powerful aura. However, it gave people a very terrifying pressure. In the distance, Xiao Jin and the others were already in battle mode. This was their first reaction to danger. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. If the 4 of them really wanted to fight, they wouldn't be a match even if they worked together. Thankfully, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions. His judgment hadn't been wrong. I didn't think you'd still remember us after so long, benefactor. Tell your brothers and sisters not to be nervous. We're just here to pass on a message. We won't fight. Su Mingjin smiled faintly. Ling Xiao waved a hand in the distance, indicating for little Jean and the others to withdraw from combat mode. It wasn't that he trusted Su Mingjin, but that fighting was useless. They weren't a match for these 4 at all. Su Mingjin was from Eternal Divine Nation without a doubt. She was incredibly strong. None of his 3 disciples were weaklings. Ling Xiao knew very well that he could dominate the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, the Eternal Desert was still a very unfamiliar place to him. It was a place where experts gathered. The missing geniuses and experts of the 4 realms and 9 worlds had most likely gone to Eternal Divine Nation. Is the Master a cultivator from Eternal Divine Nation? Ling Xiao asked. You're not nervous at all. Sun Sheng said indifferently. What's the use of being nervous? If you all want to kill me, it's as easy as flipping your palms. Ling Xiao smiled. You're a smart one. That's right, we're all from Eternal Divine Nation. Speaking of which, The 4 regions and 9 worlds are just an oasis in the eternal desert. There were thousands of oases in the eternal desert. There were also countless martial artists. However, there is only one apex, and that is Eternal Divine Nation. Sun Sheng replied on behalf of Su Mingjin, I won't hide it from you. Our mission is to search for seeds in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Seeds are the geniuses that we have our eyes on. There are many others who are searching for seeds in other oases like us. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. In the past, there had been a few amazing geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, they'd all mysteriously disappeared in the end. Very few of them had truly matured. This was probably the reason why the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were all old fellows. You're a smart man, so I'll cut to the chase. You, Little Gold, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum have been chosen as seeds. You can continue your studies in Eternal Divine Nation. You can also continue to improve your strength by learning more powerful martial Dao. Sun Sheng continued. That's a good thing, but I'm afraid I can't go with you for now. The 4 regions and 9 worlds have just settled down, and there are still traces of devastation everywhere. There are even some who are still doing evil in the shadows. As the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds and the celestial emperor of Sky Tyrant Empire, I have to take care of these matters. Ling Xiao had decided to go to Eternal Divine Nation a long time ago, so he would certainly agree to this. However, he didn't want to go there so hastily. It's fine. We're only choosing seeds. If you agree, an envoy from Eternal Divine Nation will come to pick you up in a month's time. It's time for us to report back. Su Mingjin smiled. A month's time? That's quite a rush. All right, that should be enough to take care of a lot of things. Ling Xiao nodded. Then farewell. Remember, the Eternal Envoy will come to pick you up in a month's time. After Su Mingjin finished speaking, she left with her disciple. She seemed to be walking very slowly, but disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This was an extremely advanced method of shrinking the earth. Did you all hear that? What do you think? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua and the others. What's there to think about? Didn't we say we were going to explore together? We have to go to Eternal Divine Nation. Little Gold smiled. That's right. I'm afraid we can't continue to improve here. Only by opening the path to Eternal Divine Nation will the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds slowly change. There will be more and more experts here. Long Chin agreed. The problem is, I've heard that Eternal Divine Nation isn't completely united. Which faction did those 4 people represent? Does that mean we don't have a choice? Yu Fanghua frowned. There's no need to think too much about that. Our first mission is to reach Eternal Divine Nation without a hitch. We'll think about the future once we're there. After all, we don't know much about that place. Even if we have a lot of ideas, it's meaningless. Ling Xiao smiled. Then it's decided. We'll set off together after we're done here. Qin Huang had taken control of the situation while they were discussing matters. Most of Sky Wulin's loyalists had been eliminated. The remaining people were willing to pledge their loyalty to House Qin. Qin Huang was elected as the new city lord. Your Majesty, the 1,000,000 cultivators of Heaven's Wall City are willing to follow your orders. Qin Huang had purposely called him that. He wanted the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City to know what status Ling Xiao held in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He also wanted the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City to understand his relationship with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to deal with them if they did something disrespectful. How about this? We can't lose Heaven's Wall City so easily. What I'm saying is that you can stay in the chaotic Sand Sea for now. There's a relatively small population here, so there's a large area suitable for living. Our ultimate goal is to take back Heaven's Wall City. It's the only path to Eternal Divine Nation from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We can't let it fall into the hands of others. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He had a lot of things to do in the next month. He had to make good use of it. Only after he had dealt with everything here properly could he leave with a peace of mind. Chapter 5040. When Ling Xiao and the others returned to the chaotic Sand Sea, the experts from the 9 worlds of the 4 domains were already waiting for them. Relax, we've won. Just this one sentence from Ling Xiao was enough to make everyone feel as though a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. The people celebrated with childlike joy. The disaster was finally over. Quick! Spread the good news, and let the people of the 9 worlds of the 4 domains cheer with us. The Flame Emperor shouted excitedly. That's right. Send more people to spread the news as soon as possible to calm the people down and prevent those with evil intentions from secretly causing trouble. Ling Xiao nodded. There were tens of thousands of messengers who sent the news to different places through the teleportation formation. In just one day, the news had spread throughout the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. Other than a few corners, most of the regions had already heard the news. The people who were waiting outside the door were so excited when they heard the news. The undead disaster was over. The invasion of the Heaven's Wall City had also ended. It was like a dream. And the one who brought peace to the 9 worlds of the 4 domains was their invincible Sky Emperor Ling Xiao, as well as the experts around the Sky Emperor. Ling Xiao temporarily settled the warriors of the Heaven's Wall City in the chaotic Sand Sea. They had not fully gained Ling Xiao's trust. Qin Huang had to supervise them. Then, Ling Xiao chose to return to the Golden Sky region. That was where he had truly risen. It was also a place that was like home. It was also the capital of the Sky Tyrant Empire in the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. There were many things to be done. The funeral of Supreme Emperor White Knight and the heroic spirits who had sacrificed themselves in the war to protect the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. Ling Xiao built a monument for them so that their deeds could be spread far and wide. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Golden City, countless people were waiting outside the city. There were even some unfamiliar faces that they had never seen before. They were all here to pay respects to the Sky Emperor, to pay respects to the heroes of the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. When Ling Xiao's figure appeared in their line of sight, hundreds of millions of people roared. Many people were moved to tears. Not only did the 4 regions and 9 realms overcome the calamity in this war, but they were also united like never before. He believed that as long as the empire of Batian existed, there would not be any major disasters in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Xiao Jin walked together. They were like brilliant stars. Not only were they best friends, but they were also comrades in arms. Furthermore, he was the greatest contributor to this war. Ling Xiao was the most dazzling star among them. Regardless of whether it was strength, courage, or strategy, everyone was incomparably impressed. When a hero returned, the first thing he did was to build an immortal monument. The first name engraved on it was White Knight. Although Supreme Venerable White Knight was dead, his name would definitely be passed down in the world forever. In addition, there were many nameless heroes. Although they weren't as strong as Ling Xiao, they were still able to fight against the undead calamity with their own strength. This immortal monument was the best way to commemorate them. Ling Xiao personally supervised the construction of the monument. Layers of arrays were set up on it. Regardless of wind, rain, or lightning, it wouldn't be destroyed. Even experts like the Heaven's Wall City Master couldn't destroy it. It took a total of 3 days from the construction of the monument to the end of the memorial. Everything in the 4 regions and 9 realms was gradually on the right track. The Empire of Batian officially took over this place. All kinds of management systems started to operate. There were many outstanding talents in the Empire of Batian. Although their strength wasn't great, they were already familiar with this kind of thing. Under the command of Haim Myung-Ko, everything was in order. Although the forces in the 4 regions and 9 realms were preserved, The Golden Sky region had become the pinnacle of the 4 regions and 9 realms. The Golden City had become the ultimate dream place of the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Here, one would have the best resources, the best mentors, and the best future. Before I leave, hold the first martial arts conference in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao said to Haim Miankeo, who was beside him. This was the best publicity for the Empire of Batian. It was also the best way to gather the geniuses in the Empire of Batian. Except for those who wanted to live in seclusion, there would be many powerful people. Let's divide it into 3 age groups. Below 50, 50 to 100, and above 100. As long as one can get into the top 100 in each group, one can enter the Golden City to cultivate. There are also special rewards. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. The first place will be rewarded with a 9-dragon inscription emperor weapon, a saint-class cultivation technique, and an elixir that can help them break through their current cultivation. In addition, they can receive my personal guidance once. This is my reward for them. As for the rest, you can decide. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, with such generous rewards, I'm afraid there will be an endless stream of people coming. Haim Miankeo smiled. The more the merrier. I'll be leaving soon. I have to leave some people who can hold the fort. Ling Xiao added, I don't care about the rules of the martial arts conference. Also, I'll only be there on the day of the finals. I'll have to trouble you. Sigh, ever since I followed you, haven't I been working so hard? I'm used to it. Haim Miankeo sighed and acted like she had been wronged. This empress was dignified and solemn in front of everyone. She was the ruler who was second only to one person and above everyone else. She would probably only act like a little girl in front of Ling Xiao. Where are you going? Haim Miankeo asked. I'm going to bring Feng Hua to travel and get married. I'm going back to Yuhua town to take a look. The current Yuhua town should be completely different from the past. I'm going to visit my family and revisit the old places. After the smoke cleared, it was time for Ling Xiao to complete his marriage with Yu Fenghua. He wasn't interested in a grand wedding. Yu Fenghua wasn't interested either. They preferred to travel and get married. They wanted to become a true immortal couple on a relaxing journey. Haim Miankeo was a little absent-minded, but she returned to normal after a while. Remember, you must come back for the finals of the martial arts conference. Don't disappoint people. Don't worry, I will. Ling Xiao nodded and left quietly. He didn't tell anyone except for Haim Miankeo. After all, traveling and getting married were 2 people's worlds. They traveled around and soon began to explore the source of Ling Xiao's dream in this lifetime. Yuhua town. Ling Xiao had opened the passage from the Western region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The laws of the Western region had changed. Yuhua town was also in the Western region and had changed a lot. The town was 10 times bigger than before. It felt like there were more and more experts in the town, although these experts weren't worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, compared to when Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he was much stronger. Good little brother, I knew that you would come back. That's too much. You didn't even bring me along. A figure dashed out of the dense forest. It was none other than Ling Jiaojiao. Chapter 5041. I knew you'd follow me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, he knew that Ling Jiaojiao was following him along the way. However, this sister knew to avoid him and didn't affect his intimacy with Yu Fenghua. Of course. I've left for a few years and haven't come back to visit even once. I really don't know how my family is doing. Although Ling Jiaojiao was smiling, she couldn't help but tear up. Ling Jiaojiao's feelings for the Ling family were deeper than Ling Xiao's. Because of Ling Xiao, the Ling family of Yuhua town naturally received special care. Yuhua town was also the first entrance from the White Tiger continent to the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao's influence on this place was extremely great. As soon as he entered the town, he could see a statue erected in the town. This statue had been erected a long time ago. It was specially erected for Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao only ruled a small country. Compared to those countries in the West region, it was only a small country. The statue had obviously been modified and became bigger and more dazzling than before. The first place that all the martial artists who came to Yuhua town went to was near this statue, to pay homage to the hero of the past. Ling Xiao looked at the statue and smiled. After asking for the location of the Ling family, he went over. The current Ling family was definitely the most powerful family in Yuhua town. The location of the mansion was also known by everyone. Walking outside the Ling family mansion, Ling Xiao realized that it was very lively inside. There were no guards at the door. Hence, he walked in. He saw many people in the Ling family's new martial arts practice field. A martial arts competition was being held here. The participants were all young martial artists below the age of 20. The upper echelons of the Ling family sat there and smiled as they watched the young martial artists on the stage. Looks like the Ling family is developing well. They even started to recruit disciples with different surnames. This is very good. Only in this way can the family's competitiveness continuously increase. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't intend to disturb this martial arts competition. He was about to turn and leave. He didn't come here to do anything. He just wanted to see if his family was well. People always had some concerns, right? Ling Xiao, is that you? Suddenly a voice sounded. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. He looked at that person. It was a girl dressed in martial arts clothes, looking fresh and refined. Lin Ruoxian. Ling Xiao recognized this person at a glance. When he first left Ascension Town for the 8 Immortals County, the first person he met was Lin Ruoxian. If it weren't for Lin Ruoxian, he would have had to go through a lot of hardships. It really is Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian cried tears of joy. She treated Ling Xiao as her own younger brother. After Ling Xiao left, there had been no news of him. How could she not be happy to see him today? Her voice was a little louder, attracting the attention of the people around her. The upper echelons of the Ling family were also stunned. The martial arts competition was forced to stop at this moment. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to disturb others. He planned to visit his father's grave and then leave quietly. He wanted to walk the path of the past. The name Ling Xiao was a legend. The children of Ascension Town grew up listening to his story. They could see the statue shining in the middle of the town every day. It was unbelievable that they could see the real person today. Who are you, kid? How dare you impersonate Emperor Ling Xiao? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was a young man on the fighting stage. He was about 17 or 18 years old. This kid probably admired Ling Xiao so much that he thought the person in front of him was an impersonator. Ling Chong Xiao, shut up! Ling Wansui glared at the kid and shouted, Ling Chong Xiao. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This kid's name must have been named after him. Great-grandfather, there have been a lot of people impersonating Emperor Ling Xiao recently. We can't let these people tarnish Emperor Ling Xiao's reputation. Ling Chong Xiao was still stubborn. However, his words made Ling Wansui hesitate. Some time ago, there was a guy who pretended to be Ling Xiao and swindled people in Ascension Town. He even defiled a few virgins. The culprit was still not caught. That's why it's not necessarily a good thing for a person to be too famous. There would always be people impersonating him. Grandfather, he is the real Ling Xiao. Ling Jiaojiao smiled bitterly. There is really someone who dares to impersonate him in this world. He is courting death. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but closed his eyes. He scanned with his divine sense, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Almost instantly, Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. He was carrying a person in his hand. It was as if he was carrying a chick. This kind of godlike method really scared everyone silly. Are you talking about this person? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's him. This is the guy impersonating Emperor Ling Xiao. Ling Chongxiao said loudly, Brat, are you courting death? I am Ling Xiao. How dare you treat me like this? Believe it or not, my men will kill all of you. The impersonator in Ling Xiao's hand seemed to know some disguising techniques. His face really did look like Ling Xiao's. Besides, he wasn't weak either. He was a first divine core warrior. Although this cultivation level was just trash in Ling Xiao's eyes. But in Ascension Town, he wasn't weak at all. Ling Wansui was only a third divine core warrior. He was the strongest warrior in Ascension Town. First, domain name, please remember _3. Lin Ruoxian didn't count. She was from the 8 Immortals County, and she was a 6th divine core warrior. Ever since the Western region's laws were the same as the other 4 regions and 9 worlds, the cultivation of warriors here had skyrocketed. The reason why they were suppressed before was because of the laws. But now, without the laws, their cultivation speed was much faster than those in the other 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even so, with a weak foundation, it would take a long time for them to catch up to the average level of the other 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao activated his demonic eye. Looking at the impersonator, he said coldly, Answer my questions. The impersonator's expression had become sluggish. Why are you impersonating Ling Xiao? Because you're using Emperor Ling Xiao's name to trick people. How many girls have you tricked? I can't remember, but a few hundred, I guess. Damn it. Ling Xiao didn't want to ask any more questions. He exerted force in his hand and circulated his terrifying divine yuan. The impersonator was instantly reduced to dust. It looked like he had to give an order now. He was about to head to the eternal divine nation, so he couldn't appear in a place like this. Therefore, whoever claimed to be him must be an impersonator. He caught the impersonator and imprisoned him. You're really Emperor Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's demonic methods, Ling Chongxiao couldn't even speak properly. I can't be wrong. Lin Ruoxian nodded and said, I'm very familiar with his aura. After all, they had fought together before. She was even more familiar with Ling Xiao than his family. I'm sorry for the shock. Let's continue with the martial competition. I'll leave after chatting with my family. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Chapter 5042. In the house, Ling Xiao recounted his experiences over the years. Everyone was shocked, but no one doubted it. Although the story was bizarre and unbelievable, they still believed it. After all, they could see some clues from what happened in the 8 Immortals County. Ling Xiao was a person who had created a legend. Amazing! That boy who loved to get into trouble back then had now become a hero who saved the common people from calamity, as expected of our Ling clan's child. Ling Wansui was filled with emotions. Back then, he felt that Ling Xiao was promising, but he didn't expect him to grow to this extent. After chatting for a while, Ling Xiao accompanied his family for a meal. This meal was made with the ingredients that Ling Xiao brought from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It contained an extremely rich amount of spirit qi, and to martial artists, it had an extremely mysterious and boundless effect. It was just a meal, but the cultivation of the Ling clan members, including Lin Ruoxian, had increased by a lot. Although their aptitudes were different and the degree of improvement was different, their cultivation had increased. Moreover, it wouldn't have any negative effects on their future cultivation. Lin Ruoxian had reached the core fragmentation realm in one go. He would probably be considered a top expert in the entire West region. Originally, there were some people who didn't know much about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, after this meal, they realized how rich the 4 regions and 9 worlds were. However, there was no need for the entire family to move. As the laws gradually changed, the cultivation environment in the West region would also reach the standards of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They could still become stronger if they stayed here. Before leaving, Ling Xiao brought everyone to burn incense in front of his father's grave in this life and return a wish. He had avenged his father by killing the eternal emperor. He had even done more than his father had hoped. Not only did he control the eternal emperor region, but he also controlled the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. After that, he called Ling Wansui over and personally placed the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword in the old man's hands. He also placed 6 powerful ghouls in the house to listen to Ling Wansui's commands. This was what he had obtained by reviving the corpses. Each ghoul had the strength of an ordinary peak 7th level divine physique echelon cultivator. It could be said that he was temporarily invincible in the 4 regions and 9 realms. His main concern was that once the laws were changed, the experts of the 9 realms of the 4 regions would be able to enter and leave the western regions at will without any reduction in strength. The Ling family would also be plotted against because of this. After all, not everyone in the tyrannical Sky Empire worshipped him. There must be enemies. This was unavoidable. However, with 6 powerful corpse ghosts, there was nothing to worry about. Other than that, he had also left the Lotus Sutra, the Black Lotus Treasured Light, the Holy Ground, Demonic Shadow, and many other cultivation methods that he had obtained in the past to the Ling clan. In the end, these people were truly related to him by blood. He was also not a selfless person. He also had his own selfish motives. At the very least, he had to ensure the safety of his family. Only when the Ling family became strong would they not be bullied by others. Unlike the Ling family in the Sky Dragon continent, the Ling family here was his true family after reincarnating. Therefore, he must be given special treatment. After leaving everything behind, Ling Xiao left with Yu Fenghua and Lin Ruoxian. Ling Jiaojiao wanted to continue staying in Yuhua town for a while, so she did not follow. He walked around the 8 Immortals County with Lin Ruoxian and met his former friends and benefactors. Everyone that he was willing to meet received benefits. Some were elixirs that could change one's body and transform one's bloodline. Some were complete sets of cultivation methods and martial arts. Some were weapons and Dharma treasures. Depending on the depth of the relationship, the things received were also different. This was Ling Zhao's way of doing things. Naturally, he would treat those who were good to him well. After ending the trip to the 8 Immortals County, Ling Xiao bade farewell to Lin Ruoxian. "Will you come back?" Lin Ruoxian's eyes were full of tears. "Yes, I definitely will." Ling Xiao smiled and left with Yu Fenghua. The next stop was the former Qin Nation, which was now Ling Nation. The current ruler of Ling Nation was still Qin Kangming, the former 7th prince of Qin Nation. However, his relationship with Ling Xiao was very good, and they overthrew the decadent regime of Qin Nation together. In addition, his former mentor and helpful friend were also assisting Qin Kangming. He did not want to attract too much attention. Ling Xiao did the same as in the 8 Immortals County, only meeting people he was familiar with. Both of them received benefits. Then he left quietly. "Brother Ling, I'm afraid I will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime, but I will work hard." After Ling Xiao left, Qin Kangming announced his abdication, passing the throne to the most trustworthy person. Then he stepped on the road to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the past, he could not have such a breakthrough in a short time if he cultivated alone. Now, not only did he change his body, but his cultivation also increased greatly, and he already had the ability to go to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Although Ling Nation was still called a nation, it was actually just an organization under the jurisdiction of the Empire of Tyrants. There was nothing to be sentimental about. As expected, martial artists had to accept challenges. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the former land of the 9 Supremes. It was also the former core of the Western region. Ling Xiao had opened the road to the immemorial divine tomb from here, and then arrived at the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In these years, many people from the western region had already gone to the 4 regions and 9 worlds through this road. Among them were Haim Miankeo, Bai Fong, Yanyu, Xiang Man, Badao, Chong Qingqing, and others who were very close to Ling Shao. Of course, there were also people who did not choose to leave. For example, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi, Jian Luoying, and others. Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi was the first friend Ling Shao made in the land of the 9 Supremes, and she was also an interesting little sister. Even though this little sister had already grown into a young lady, she was still as lively and cute as before. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi's father. He had once helped him unify the western region. Ling Shao held a banquet in the imperial court of the 9 Supremes, drinking with his former comrades who had fought with him in the past. It was also a banquet. After that, all the participants received great benefits. Ling Shao was almost worshipped as a god. The one who improved the most was Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi. This little girl's talent was originally high, and now she was qualified to go to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The little girl said that she wanted to walk the path that Ling Shao had walked once again. Jian Luoying was Ling Zhao's senior sister, the daughter of Sword 18, and their relationship was also very good. She had once loved Ling Shao. However, after such a long time, Jian Luoying's love for Ling Shao had now turned into worship. Junior brother, in terms of tenacity, I will not lose to you. I hope that we will meet again one day. Her talent was not inferior to Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi's, and she was more hardworking. With Ling Zhao's help, she would soon be able to make a name for herself in the Empire of Tyrants. It was a pity that she would not be able to make it to the martial arts conference this time. She could only wait for the next time. Chapter 5043. The Meng village was also the first outpost for the Western region martial artists to enter the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They had contributed greatly to the empire of Tyrant Heaven's rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Something seems to have happened. While he was still in the air, Ling Shao saw that the Meng village was in a mess. They were being attacked by thousands of men in black. To the Meng village, these men in black were all extremely powerful. It was because their cultivation base had reached the terrifying, core-shattering realm. Even if the Meng village's strength had increased, the strongest person in the village was only the village master, who was also a core-shattering realm expert. There was no way to fight them. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation Ling Shao had set up, the Meng village would have been breached long ago. Who are you people? Why are you attacking the Meng village? Don't you know our relationship with the Heavenly Emperor? The Meng village master, Meng Fian, shouted. Meng Fian's father had retired to the front line, and Meng Fian, whose strength had reached the core-shattering realm, had taken over the village. This girl had made an agreement with Ling Shao, saying that they would meet at the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Unfortunately, Ling Zhao's speed of improvement was too fast. When Meng Fian could go to the Purple Spirit Kingdom, Ling Shao had already arrived at the City of Gold. This forced Meng Fian to accept reality and accept the position of village master. This way, she could help Ling Shao. The people in the village were not only from the Meng village. There were also many genius martial artists from the 9 Supremes nations in the West region. After they had adapted here for a while, they would embark on the journey to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. They did not expect to be besieged. Ha ha ha, if you had no relationship with Ling Shao, we wouldn't have targeted you. The leader laughed wildly and said, Do you know who we are? We are the famous Lotus Cult. We worship the lotus flower and oppose Ling Shao. And I am one of the 13 top experts of the Lotus Cult, the White Lotus Demon King. Although we are still no match for Ling Shao, we will soon turn the empire of Tyrant Heaven upside down. I advise you to surrender and join the Lotus Cult. This is your only way out, or else you won't live to see the sun tomorrow. A bunch of rats dare to claim that they can fight against His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor? Wait until you have the ability to open the formation set up by His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. If you can't even do this, then stop bragging. Aren't you ashamed? Mengfian really didn't expect that there would be a lunatic who worshipped the lotus flower in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Fortunately, he had this array formation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Sigh, it's all my fault for being too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be so cowardly. Mengfian sighed. If the other party continued to attack like this, the ray formation would not be able to hold on for long. Tyrannical heaven will be destroyed, Lotus rebirth. Those men in black from Lotus cult were shouting and yelling as they attacked the Meng village fiercely. It was as if he had gone mad. At this moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Mengfian stared blankly at that person. A comrade who had once fought together. Ling Xiao. She was all too familiar with it. Ever since they parted ways in Meng village, the 2 of them had never met again. However, Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on her. It was impossible for her to forget. Who are you? How dare you obstruct our Lotus cult? Are you tired of living? The White Lotus Demon King roared at Ling Xiao. What if I insist on obstructing you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Kill him. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. As Ling Xiao had concealed his aura, the pitiful White Lotus Demon King did not realize how terrifying the person in front of him was. He actually ordered his subordinates to attack. In an instant, thousands of people pounced at Ling Xiao. Moreover, they were all core fragmentation realm experts. Mengfian was anxious and shouted loudly, "Be careful, Your Majesty!" She was so concerned that she had completely forgotten how strong Ling Xiao was. However, before she could finish her words, those thousands of martial artists evaporated on the spot. Ling Xiao did not do anything. Thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists were completely annihilated. Not even a corpse was left. Only the White Lotus Demon King was left. He was trembling with fear. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Please spare my life. We were just playing around. The arrogant and crazy White Lotus Demon King was now like a pitiful little bug in front of Ling Xiao. He did not even have the courage to resist. Playing around? If the Meng village did not have the protection of the formation, I'm afraid blood would have flowed like a river. You're telling me that you're playing around? Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Lotus cult? Who is the cult leader? Ling Xiao planned to solve this problem before he left. While asking, Ling Xiao had already opened his heavenly demon eye. The White Lotus Demon King did not have a chance to resist at all. He told Ling Xiao everything. There were quite a lot of lunatics in this world. Listening to the White Lotus Demon King, the number of people in the Lotus cult had exceeded hundreds of millions. They worshipped the lotus flower. They believed that humans had done all kinds of evil and that they had to be wiped out. Other than the White Lotus Demon King, who led people to attack the Meng village and cut off the connection between the Western region and the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The rest of the people from the Lotus cult had already gone to the City of Gold, ready to cause a ruckus at the martial arts conference. Your Majesty, aren't you going back quickly? Ling Xiao killed the White Lotus Demon King, but did not leave. Instead, he entered the village. This puzzled Mengfian, and she asked anxiously, "The Empire of Tyrants is not just an expert. A trash organization like the Lotus cult wants to stir up trouble. It's a pity that they are not qualified." Just as Ling Xiao said this, nearly hundreds of millions of disciples of the Lotus cult in the City of Gold had been captured. It was a laughable rebellion. Soon, they were suppressed by Haim Myung-ko. In terms of cultivation talent, Haim Myung-ko might not be as good as Ling Xiao. However, in terms of controlling the situation, she was stronger than Ling Xiao. With the help of the 9 giant dragons, it was too easy. After staying in the Meng village for a while, Ling Xiao helped Mengfian improve her strength. Then he left again. This time, he returned to the City of Gold directly, because when the rebellion ended, the martial arts conference had reached the finals. It was time for Ling Xiao to fulfill his promise. When he arrived at the City of Gold, the finals were in progress. There were 3 groups in the finals, 3 different age groups. Ling Xiao actually knew some of the people who participated in the finals. The final result of the finals was something that Ling Xiao did not expect. The 3 people were all old acquaintances. The champion of the over 100 years old category was the leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. It could not be helped. Because of the generous rewards, even these people were shameless enough to participate. The champion of the 50 to 100 years old category was Zi Qinya, the former monarch of the small purple spirit kingdom. Ling Xiao even called her sister. The champion of the 50 and under category was Yang Shi. This girl was once engaged to Ling Xiao. In addition to the 3 champions, there were also many familiar faces of Ling Xiao in the top 100 of each category. Among them were the immortal bird Bai Fong, Yan Yu, and other people who came from the West region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They also proved that the talents of the West region warriors were not inferior to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Chapter 5044. After the award ceremony, Ling Xiao hosted a banquet in the City of Gold to entertain all of his former friends. He also chatted with the Bai Fong and the others in private, reliving his life and death experiences. Finally, he told everyone that he was preparing to head to Eternal Divine Nation. Nearly half of the month had passed. Ling Xiao did what he had to do. In the next half a month, he wanted to take back Heaven's Wall City. After the banquet, Ling Xiao headed for the chaotic Sand Sea. He was accompanied by a few people that Su Mingjin had designated as seeds. If they could take control of Heaven's Wall City, they would be able to head to Eternal Divine Nation on their own. Ling Xiao had never trusted strangers, and it was even more impossible for him to entrust his future to strangers. He joined forces with Qin Huang in the chaotic Sand Sea, then led the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City back. It was 4 days later when they arrived near Heaven's Wall City. From afar, a terrifying dark cloud gathered in the sky above the city. Great power brewed within it, as if it were the power of the gods. It was full of majesty and arrogance. Rumble! Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao. It transformed into a spear of lightning. Its power was likely on par with sky dark lies. The lightning spear shot out from the thundercloud, accompanied by a voice. It resounded between heaven and earth. Audacious mortals! How dare you try to encroach on the territory of the gods? Scram back to your desolate land. Only then will you be able to preserve your lowly lives. Otherwise, the gods' army will arrive soon and wipe you all out. The cultivators of Heaven's Wall City trembled at the terrifying sight and terrifying voice. They didn't even dare raise their heads. They knelt on the ground, terrified beyond belief. They'd lived in Heaven's Wall City for a long time and had feared Eternal Divine Nation for a long time. It was a fear they couldn't resist. The only thing they could do was kneel when they felt the terrifying power. Humph! Ling Xiao snorted and punched out with the ox demon fist. The lightning bolt was only able to block it for a moment before shattering. Most frightening of all, the void god sword in Ling Xiao's right hand shot out 9 beams of sword light. It flew towards the sky and actually tore apart the thunderclouds above Heaven's Wall City. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. Whoosh! The thunderclouds were torn apart and suddenly exploded. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and flames. All of them landed on the army of Heaven's Wall City. It was as if he wanted to wipe out the entire army. It seemed that these deities really had bad tempers. They wanted to kill people at every turn. They didn't care about the lives of the people in the 4 regions, 9 worlds, and Heaven's Wall City at all. In your dreams! Ling Xiao rose into the sky. He released the invincible ape god formation. Then he unleashed the universe of Tyrant, Bati and Smelt. Most of the lightning and meteors fell into the Tyrant universe. It was as if a furnace had appeared between heaven and earth. He continued to refine and condense these energies. Only a small part of the attack managed to escape universe of Tyrant, but it was destroyed by Xiao, Jin, and the others. Within the universe of Tyrant, 2 utmost treasures with 11 dragon patterns were formed. In other words, it was a high-quality Emperor artifact. One was the lightning spear. The other was the flaming meteor. This lightning spear is of the lightning attribute. It'll be even more effective when paired with Cold Plum's Ancient of War. Here. Ling Xiao gave the lightning spear to Cold Plum. Cold Plum didn't refuse. She knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't change his mind once he'd made up his mind. Rather than refuse, it was better to accept Ling Xiao's kindness. The flaming meteor suits Xiao Jin best. Here. Although Ling Xiao also wanted a premium-grade monarch armament, this thing needed a suitable person to use in order to bring out its true effect. Moreover, he had the Void God's sword and crimson blood. At the very least, he didn't need other offensive treasures for now. Thank you, boss. What do we do next? It looks like Eternal Divine Nation won't give up Heaven's Wall City. Even if we take it now, the army will arrive immediately. This is Eternal Divine Nation's army. Can we really stop them? It wasn't that Xiao Jin wasn't confident, but that Eternal Divine Nation was too mysterious. How could the gap between a god and a human be small? Let's go to Heaven's Wall City and make preparations first. It looks like Eternal Divine Nation didn't leave any guards in the city. They only set up a powerful formation. I broke it just now, so there shouldn't be any danger. Ling Xiao scanned Heaven's Wall City with his Taiji eye, then led the army inside. Qin Hu, Qin Huang, and the others were more familiar with the city. Ling Xiao ordered them to patrol the city and deal with any danger they found. If they couldn't, they were to report back. He and the Yuan Venerate began to set up the formation. The formation just now was quite powerful, but unfortunately, it wasn't set up well enough. Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate worked together to modify and reinforce it. This way, Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be taken so easily. About an hour later, everything was back in place. Although the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City were still very worried, they regained some confidence after seeing Ling Xiao's performance. Qin Hu and Qin Huang went to find Ling Xiao. Your Majesty, we need to tell you some things about Eternal Divine Nation. Ling Xiao knew almost nothing about Eternal Divine Nation. This information was obviously more important. According to Qin Hu, the cultivators who'd attacked Heaven's Wall City were indeed from Eternal Divine Nation, but they weren't true experts. Eternal Divine Nation wasn't a monolithic entity. The 12 sacred cities often attacked each other. They also had to deal with attacks from powerful races. The ancient races, for example. As a result, a large number of experts were deployed to deal with all kinds of trouble. Those who'd attacked Heaven's Wall City were actually the weakest cultivators in Eternal Divine Nation. They couldn't even be considered cultivators because they were a mob. The mob was made up of slaves, criminals, vagrants, and those who couldn't make a living. These people had the lowest status in Eternal Divine Nation, but they were the most numerous. They were cannon fodder in a war, perfect for suppressing Heaven's Wall City. Although they were a mob, Eternal Divine Nation cultivators were still Eternal Divine Nation cultivators. Even the weakest cultivator was at first-level Divine Body Realm. How many people are there in this mob? Ling Xiao's expression was grim. I don't know the exact number, but about 1 million came to attack Heaven's Wall City. They probably look down on us, Qin Hu added. By the way, Eternal Divine Nation's territory is as large as 100 of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Can you imagine how many people there are? How many people are there in this mob? No matter where you go, those with low status will always be at the bottom of the heap. 100 of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao almost choked to death. Qin, whose words might not be true, but Eternal Divine Nation was certainly large enough to be a problem. It was definitely much larger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Chapter 5045. It looked like it would be a fierce battle. Fortunately, Eternal Divine Nation didn't think much of Heaven's Wall City. They'd only sent a mob. Otherwise, they'd be in real trouble. Ling Xiao was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the distant sky. A dangerous aura was approaching. Winds and clouds were stirring in the distance. Countless enormous vortexes appeared in that direction. The aura of cultivators emanated from the vortexes. Oh no! Eternal Divine Nation's attack is here. Everyone get ready for battle. There's no way out now. Since we're back here, the so-called gods of Eternal Divine Nation won't let us leave alive. Either we win this time or we die in battle. There's no need to worry. It's just a mob. Eternal Divine Nation's major factions haven't noticed our ant nest yet. Ling Xiao declared loudly, "Remember, I didn't bring you here to die. I brought you here to reclaim the glory that belongs to us." Boom! Boom! One after another, Eternal Divine Nation's motley crew walked out of the enormous vortexes. Although they were mob, they were called trash and trash in Eternal Divine Nation. However, when this motley crew faced the powerhouses of the Heaven's Wall City, they showed disdain. They'd been humiliated in Eternal Divine Nation. They didn't dare resist. They could only vent their frustrations on those weaker than them. They were trash, cannon fodder, and useless trash. But they were still cultivators of Eternal Divine Nation. Even in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were at the top. Ling Xiao's expression turned extremely grave. This battle might be even more dangerous than the undead calamity. Fortunately, Eternal Divine Nation wasn't interested in playing tricks with the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, they only needed to win. What an arrogant mortal! Lowly existences! How dare you take back Heaven's Wall City? It seems there's no need for trash like you to exist. Listen up, Eternal Divine Nation's motley crew. This is the time to change your fate. If you make military contributions, you might be able to change your life. Kill. Leave no one alive. Destroy Heaven's Wall City. The voice came from an unknown place. It was loud and clear, and the meaning was clear. Last time, he had only chased away the martialists from Heaven's Wall City. This time, he had issued a purge order. This motley crew was already crazy. Now that they had a reasonable motive, all of them were shouting excitedly like ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and looked into the distance. He really wanted to know how many people had come this time. What was his overall strength like? What he saw made his heart clench. The motley crew was 3 times more numerous than before. Previously it was only 1 million, but now it was 3 million. The weakest among them was an early-stage, first Heaven Divine physique echelon martial artist, while the strongest had reached the peak of the 6th Heaven Divine physique echelon. He didn't see anyone at the 7th level of the Divine physique echelon, but there were simply too many of them. One had to know that the Heaven's Wall City only had less than 1 million people. 3 million Divine physique echelon experts. What kind of concept was that? Ling Xiao couldn't imagine what kind of place Eternal Divine Nation was. How could it be so terrifying? We have to win. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose. If he did, he would lose his life. Beast soul of the abyss marrow-destroying hound, open the gates of hell. Ling Xiao rarely used this move. The helpers summoned by the gates of hell were random, and he couldn't control them reliably. It was only useful when he was at a great disadvantage. And now was the time. The creatures summoned by the gates of hell were used as cannon fodder. They were still too weak compared to Eternal Divine Nation's experts. However, They could serve as powerful cannon fodder for Heaven's Wall City's experts. They had their uses as well. The motley crew had already begun their attack. Ling Xiao opened the gates of hell. Large numbers of undead and demonic creatures walked out and flew out, charging outside the city. They collided with the motley crew. They were the weakest of the lot. Almost in an instant, many of them were killed. However, it did stop the motley crew's destructive attack on Heaven's Wall City. At the same time, the city's formations came to life. Lightning and fire meteors rained down on the enemy. The cannon fodder was obviously more useful now. I'll throw caution to the wind this time. Sun Divine Blood Formation. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. Divine Dragon Frost Formation. Ocean Divine Yellow Formation. Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire Formation. Ling Xiao activated 5 formations in one go, and his divine essence consumption increased 5-fold. There was no other way. He had to do this. The enemy was too strong, and he had to be more useful. Ghoul Summoning. This move could be used once a day. Each time he could summon 6 ghouls and no more than 18. However, if the ghoul was killed, he could immediately summon it again until the summoner's divine essence ran out. It was also a summon, but the ghoul's combat strength was peak 7th level divine body realm. When they charged out, the destruction they caused was too great. The motley crew also began to suffer casualties. Little Gold, Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City all began to fight. However, Ling Xiao had them stand inside the city, protected by the formations and the cannon fodder army. It would be safer to destroy the enemy. After all, there were too many enemies, although they hadn't discovered a top-level existence yet. Who could guarantee that this existence wasn't hiding in the dark to prepare a sneak attack? Since they had the advantage of defense, Ling Xiao wouldn't let it go. How is this a motley crew? They're simply a bunch of lunatics. Yeah, this is too scary. They're completely unafraid of death. When the people in the battle saw the motley crew's reaction, they were all rather shocked. That's normal. This battle is their only chance to change their lives. If they don't change their lives, living might be worse than death. That's why they're so desperate and so crazy. Ling Xiao sighed emotionally. The motley crew over there roared as they charged. Soon a ghoul was already killed. Although the ghoul was powerful, it couldn't defeat the densely packed locusts. Luckily, these guys aren't valued, and the weapons in their hands are inferior to ours. Otherwise, we'll lose this battle for sure. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. His previous judgment was right. He made the right bet. Although it was very dangerous, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to win. The cannon fodder army collided with the Divine Nation army and began a fierce battle. 2 magnificent torrents set off monstrous waves. This was a true epic battle, even surpassing the battle in the Heaven Holy Land. A series of explosions were heard. Terrifying vibrations came one after another. The corpses of the cannon fodder fell like raindrops. Most of them didn't even have the chance to attack before they were shattered by the powerful airflow. The difference in strength was too great. There was nothing they could do. This was the reason why Ling Xiao didn't use Hell's Gate before. Only when defending the city would it be effective. With them as cannon fodder, the attacks from behind could kill the motley crew. Chapter 5046. Cannon fodder was cannon fodder in the end. They couldn't hold off the enemy for long. Soon, a hole was torn in the cannon fodder line. A large number of soldiers rushed to the front of Heaven's Wall City. Kill him! Kill that bastard! Naturally, there were also experts among the motley crew. There were also people with keen eyesight. They discovered Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao was the one who'd changed the battle. The cannon fodder army, the ghouls, the formations, and the diagrams. All of them were Ling Xiao's handiwork. Therefore, killing Ling Xiao became the key. In an instant, a large number of soldiers pounced on Ling Xiao and broke through the city walls. They completely ignored the attacks inside the city. Wave after wave of attacks. Ling Xiao felt that if Heaven's Wall City's defensive formation was attacked like this, it would be broken in a very short time. Therefore, a fierce light shone from his eyes as he stepped out of Heaven's Wall City. He transformed into an enormous, deathless bird of hell. Raging fire burned the sky. A large number of mobs were burned in the hellfire, screaming in agony. More than 10,000 people died in the blink of an eye. These people were all divine nations, divine body realm experts. After burning them to death, Ling Xiao's universe of tyrants absorbed their energy to maintain the formation's effects. Although these mobs were on par with the divine body realm experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they seemed to have the power of a different law in their bodies. After merging with Ling Xiao's body, soul, and divine origin were constantly changing and strengthening. This made him realize that although this battle was a crisis, it was also an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. This was his first time fighting a cultivator who truly possessed the power of eternal divine nations' laws. Even Lotus Flower didn't count. After all, the Lotus Flower had been sealed in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time. The power of eternal divine nations' laws had long been erased. Ling Xiao believed that after this battle, even if his cultivation didn't improve, there would be great changes in all aspects. At the very least, after entering eternal divine nation, he would be more adaptable than anyone else. The huge hell undying bird released hellfire every time. Every time Mia waved his sharp claws, a large number of warriors of the army of gods would die tragically. However, these guys didn't seem to be afraid of death as they continued to charge over. Seeing Ling Xiao was like seeing a treasure. Let's fight together. Xiao Jin roared and took the lead to transform into a giant golden crow and rushed out of the Heaven's Wall City. He fought alongside Ling Xiao. In the Heaven's Wall City, he was unable to display his full combat strength. After all, he could only attack from a distance. What he loved the most was close-range combat. After that, Long Chen, Yufeng Hua, Cold Plum, and even Qin Huang rushed out. The remaining people continued to provide support in Heaven's Wall City. The combat effectiveness of these young people stunned the Deity Legion. They kept killing the divine army that was rushing over, and until now no one had been injured. Of course, this was due to the protection of the invincible ape deity array. More importantly, they themselves were very powerful. Not only was his cultivation powerful, but his combat experience and combat prowess were also all around powerful. Damn it! What's wrong with those lowly mortals? Why are they so strong? They're even scarier than Tian Xinglia. We're a deity legion. We can't lose to them. Rumble. Finally, after Ling Xiao and the others killed hundreds of thousands of mobs, someone could no longer sit still. A fierce general climbed out of the vortex. He was 1,000 meters tall and wielded an enormous axe. With a swing of his axe, he could split mountains and rivers in half. Terrifying gales raged in the sky above Heaven's Wall City. This fierce general had reached the 7th level of the divine physique realm. He should be one of the best among the motley crew, an existence that led millions of motley crew. What incredible strength! Though his cultivation isn't as high as Tian Xinglia's, his strength and destructive power are many times stronger than Tian Xinglia's. But at the end of the day, you're still trash from eternal divine nation. If I can't beat you, then I'll be the one to take you down. If you can't beat me, how am I supposed to survive in eternal divine nation? Ling Xiao snorted and turned into a dazzling ray of light, like a meteor from the heavens. He streaked across the sky in an instant. The tip of the axe was the beak of the phoenix that crimson blood had transformed into. Ah, this is impossible. The ray of light that streaked across the sky not only destroyed the axe, but also pierced through the enemy general's head. The air trembled violently. The sound of an explosion echoed through the universe. One of the three great experts of the mobs had been killed by Ling Xiao in an instant. It was unheard of. After killing this ferocious general, Ling Xiao discovered that the beast god bloodline in his body had actually increased in strength. All of his martial souls had risen to the same level as his cultivation. Is it because everyone in Eternal Divine Nation is a believer of the 12 beast gods? Ling Xiao didn't know why, but he could feel his strength skyrocketing. He'd thought that his talent level would decrease after coming to Eternal Divine Nation. This was because the martial artists here were more talented. But in that case, it shouldn't drop by much. Damn it, this monster is too scary. Everyone, listen up. Let's kill him together. Ling Xiao had killed one of the three great experts of the mobs. Naturally, it attracted more attention. People gradually realized that Ling Xiao was not only the most important person, but also the most terrifying one. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then they would be in great danger. If Ling Xiao had been alone, he might have been exhausted to death in the face of so many warriors of the divine army. But he had brothers and sisters and helpers. He wasn't the only powerful cultivator here. Add to that the effects of the formations and diagrams. It wouldn't be easy for the divine army to kill Ling Xiao. Let's work together and kill this monster. The remaining two great experts of the mobs finally joined forces. They knew that no matter which one of them faced Ling Xiao alone, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. If they wanted to win, they had to work together. The two of them gathered their strength together. A huge long sword materialized in the air. The long sword wasn't real. It was formed by dense divine origin and the power of laws. The long sword was 1,000 meters long. It was enormous. In an instant, it slashed toward Ling Xiao, piercing through the entire sky. It killed countless cultivators who were cannon fodder. It even killed a zombie at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. It arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Interesting. Let's see if your sword or my body is harder. Ling Xiao snorted and extended his left hand. The hand of eternal life emitted a dazzling light. Buzz! The space-breaking hand instantly blocked the giant sword and collided with the power of the sword edge. Violent energy scattered in all directions. A large number of cannon fodder and cultivators of the divine army were killed. Humph! You're only SOSO even if you work together. Have a taste of my attack. Reverse God Art, 9-word style. Kill. Ling Xiao pierced the void with the reverse God sword in his right hand. 9 sword rays shone brightly. The two top experts of the mobs were scared out of their wits. He actually used other cultivators as his shields. He barely managed to save his life. Chapter 5047. Ling Xiao realized that he had really become much stronger. After absorbing the power of laws of these guys, if he were to encounter an expert like Tian Minglai again, he probably wouldn't be in such a tough battle like before. Can you escape? The moment you make a move, you're already dead. Trap them. With Ling Xiao's roar, Ling Xiao's 3 avatars appeared behind the 2 fierce generals at the same time. They imprisoned them. Even though this process wouldn't last long, it was still much longer than time stop. After all, Ling Xiao's 3 avatars had absorbed the power of Lotus Flower's 3 avatars. They had reached the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Holy ground, demonic shadow. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao passed through layers of obstacles and arrived in front of the 2 fierce generals. With the Void God sword in his right hand and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left, he stabbed the 2 generals at the same time. The Void God sword roared, and the energy of one of the generals surged into it, turning him into a shriveled corpse in an instant. The Crimson Blood Demon sword was filled with murderous intent, and the other person exploded. He couldn't be more dead. Ling Xiao had killed the 3 valiant generals at the head of this motley crowd of 3 million. In an instant, they no longer looked as if they were going to die. Many of them even began to flee, afraid that they would be involved in this disaster. Begin the counterattack. Everyone attack. At this moment, the army of Heaven's Wall City attacked. At the same time, the warriors of Giant Dragon Valley also attacked. The two armies merged into one. The army of gods was forced to flee. They left behind millions of dead people to retreat. The vortexes in the sky suddenly disappeared one by one. The warriors of Giant Dragon Valley weren't as tightly organized as Heaven's Wall City. They advocated free cultivation. It wasn't easy to gather together. Previously, when they saw how powerful the army of gods was and how the people of Heaven's Wall City fled without fighting, they naturally wouldn't come out to die. But this time they saw Ling Xiao leading the army of Heaven's Wall City back. And Ling Xiao actually defeated the 3 leaders of the mob in one fell swoop. They knew that the opportunity to counterattack had arrived, so they came in. No matter what, Ling Xiao was very grateful that the people of the Giant Dragon Valley were willing to help. However, Jinlin, who had gone to the 4 regions and 9 worlds last time, seemed to have disappeared. He asked around and was told that Gold Scale had become a seed as well. He'd followed the messenger to Eternal Divine Nation a long time ago. Ling Xiao also received another piece of news. The group attacking Skywall City was a group of cultivators who'd been sent to the borders by Eternal Divine Nation. These exiles hoped that one day they could rebel. The purpose of attacking Heaven's Wall City was to replenish a large number of cannon fodder slaves. It didn't have much to do with the orthodox Eternal Divine Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go to Eternal Divine Nation after the battle. No matter what, this battle was won beautifully. Relying on the arrangements made by Ling Xiao in advance, they did not lose a single soldier. It was a complete victory. This battle seemed very short, but in fact, it lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The end of the war brought Ling Xiao's departure to Eternal Divine Nation much closer. Ling Xiao handed over the task of repairing Skywall City to Qin Huang. The cultivators of the Giant Dragon Valley returned to the depths of the mountains. They still preferred to live close to nature. Ling Xiao didn't force them to do so. As for the few of them who were treated as seeds, they began to cultivate again. They converted everything they'd gained from the battle into their own strength. 7 days later, everyone emerged from closed-door cultivation. Even his cultivation base had improved slightly. In that moment, Ling Xiao saw a vortex open in the sky again. It was different from the black vortex from before. This time, the vortex was golden. A person walked out, calling himself the Divine Nation's messenger. Ling Xiao hadn't planned on going to Eternal Divine Nation with his own group, but the envoy had been the first to arrive. But after the battle with the Divine Army, he'd learned that the area bordering Skywall City was actually a place of exile from Eternal Divine Nation. It was similar to the western regions of old. He had a grudge against these fellows. If he forced his way through, who knew what trouble he'd run into? He didn't want to take risks when he was unfamiliar with the place. Thus, he chose to wait for the messenger's arrival. "You're not bad. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Hai. I'm your messenger. I didn't believe Master Minjin when he said that you kids were special. But after the fierce battle a few days ago, I've changed my opinion of you. If not for the 1 month we agreed to give you, I would have come early. All right, you can call me Big Brother Su Hai. After all, I'm much older than you." Su Hai didn't seem as aloof as Su Mingjin. However, he called her Master Minjin. Her status in Eternal Divine Nation must be much higher than Su Hai's. "You flatter us, messenger. That battle taught us that there's always someone better than us out there. I hope Big Brother Su Hai can give us some pointers." Ling Xiao smiled. "Not really, but if there's anything I can help with, please let me know. If it doesn't go against my principles, I'll help you. I'm sure you already know that there are 12 sacred cities in Eternal Divine Nation. I should remind you that they're only the sacred cities of the human race. The conflict between races in Eternal Divine Nation is much more serious than in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the past, the sacred dynasty ruled the world, and thousands of races stood in great numbers. They were all called humans. Unfortunately, the sacred dynasty has been destroyed. The conflicts that had been suppressed in the past have resurfaced once again. Eternal Divine Nation may not be the paradise you imagine it to be. Think carefully. If you go, you won't be able to come back for a while. Either he would succeed or he would die. There, the weak have no right to live. Su Hai's tone suddenly turned serious. Perhaps he found Ling Xiao and the others pleasing to the eye, so he added a few more words. Humans, listen carefully. That's the true human race, not the general term for them. Beasts. They're the same as the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but much stronger. See, although Eternal Divine Nation is located in the Eternal Desert, the lakes there are comparable to oceans. That's why the sea race is a major presence. Soul, a mysterious race that cultivates secret methods. Their appearance is the closest to humans. There's almost no difference between them. Elemental. This is a special race. They have the fewest members, but their strength is not to be underestimated. Basically, Eternal Divine Nation consists of these 5 races. The 12 sacred cities are the sacred cities of the human race. You don't need to know about the other races for now. Take your time to learn about them. All right, I've said enough. It's time to go. From Su Hai's words, Ling Xiao could tell that there were more than 5 races in Eternal Divine Nation. However, these 5 races were the largest and most prosperous. The more he knew, the more ignorant Ling Xiao found himself to be. Moving from one place to another was like a big fish swimming from a pond to the ocean. He suddenly realized how insignificant he was. However, he was also very excited. There would definitely be more and more exciting things waiting for him. Chapter 5048. He stepped into the golden vortex with Su Hai. In the next moment, they were already tens of thousands of kilometers away. Looking in the direction of Heaven's Wall City, all they could see was a desolate land. That was probably where the Eternal Divine Nation had been exiled. It stretched as far as the eye could see from here. If they wanted to truly open a path to Eternal Divine Nation from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they had to conquer this place. Thankfully, the cultivators there weren't too strong. Perhaps they'd have a chance soon. In any case, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had obtained a portion of Eternal Divine Nation's laws. The cultivators there had both increased their cultivation speed and upper limit. Perhaps the task of opening this path would be left to the geniuses led by Haim Myung-Ko. Let's go. We're still in the desert, far away from Eternal Divine Nation. Follow me closely. Su Hai called out to Ling Xiao and took to the air, flying forward. The others followed closely. There were many dangers in the Eternal Desert. Not only did they have to face powerful monsters along the way, but they also had to fend off terrifying black storms. The black storms were powerful enough to tear apart a divine body realm cultivator. Thankfully, they'd all reached a certain level of strength to avoid being hurt. With Su Hai's help, they were safe. Ling Xiao now understood why Su Hai had come. Without him, they would have died in this boundless desert before reaching Eternal Divine Nation. Even if they didn't die, it would have taken them many years to reach their destination. He no longer had any worries about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He was fully focused on his journey to Eternal Divine Nation. It was going to be a magnificent journey. There was Dark Frost and Dong Huangyu. There was even Ling Yixue, the girl he'd had a crush on back on the Sky Dragon continent. Speaking of which, Ling Yixue should be his first love. She'd been by his side for a long time during those difficult times. Though she'd gone missing, the girl still had a place in Ling Zhao's heart. He'd been searching for her all this time. Finally, he'd received word that she was in Eternal Divine Nation. No matter what, He was satisfied to see the girl happy. There were also traces of his grandfather, Hongqi, here. Was Hongqi still an eternal divine nation, or had he left for the next continent? He wasn't sure. However, there must be traces of his grandfather's life. There might even be clues about his biological parents. Ji Fuling, Yu Xianhua. These two were brilliant and mysterious figures in the history of the sacred dynasty. He really wanted to know what they looked like and what kind of people they were. In addition, he had to fulfill the Massacre Emperor's last wish. Although the other party didn't force him, since he had received benefits from the other party, he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Moreover, in his heart, the Massacre Emperor was a true hero. He had exposed the ancient race's conspiracy and resisted their oppression. He'd been mistaken for a traitor, a lunatic, and a psychopath by eternal divine nation. Until now, he had been discredited. Although the Massacre Emperor didn't care, he only cared about what he had done. But Ling Xiao cared. Heroes should not be cursed forever. Heroes should be worshipped in eternal divine nation. Although he knew it would be difficult to accomplish. When had Ling Xiao ever been afraid of difficulties? What was this compared to his grand ambition of unifying the mystic world? Eternal divine nation was but a small step on his path to accomplishing his grand ambition. If he couldn't even take this step, then what was the point of talking about his dreams? It would be a joke. The flight was a bit boring. Because of Su Hai's presence, danger didn't befall them for a long time. Ling Xiao asked Su Hai a few questions about eternal divine nation. It was just a simple message. He felt that with Su Hai's personality, he wouldn't refuse. What he didn't expect was that Su Hai was actually a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Ling Xiao only asked one question, and Su Hai went on and on. This was good, though. Ling Xiao didn't have to open his mouth. Su Hai smiled. I've taken in many seedlings, including Dark Frost, Jinlin, and Dong Huangyu, whom you know. Among them, Dong Huangyu is the most talented young fellow I've ever seen. Even I'm afraid of her cultivation speed. They've asked me the same question. First, I want to tell you that my mission is only to send you to eternal divine nation. I won't force you to join any holy city. Secondly, I'm a human, so I only take in human seedlings. This time, I took in Little Gold and Longqin because of Master Mingzhen. However, you must remember that the relationship between the human and beast oases is very bad. It can even be described as an abyss of suffering. The two of them may be attacked in the human oases. Find a way to hide them when you get there. This is an important reminder. Next, I'll give you a brief rundown of Eternal Divine Nation's situation. Although Ling Xiao and the others were very concerned about his reminder, they did not say anything and continued to listen. According to Su Hai, Eternal Divine Nation encompassed thousands of oases. To be precise, the 12 holy cities only existed in human oases. However, most of the cultivators in the 4 regions and 9 worlds didn't know this. They thought that Eternal Divine Nation was human territory and one of the 12 holy cities. That wasn't the case. Like the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Eternal Divine Nation, which was 100 times larger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds, had many alternate dimensions. They were also called minor worlds. However, those in Eternal Divine Nation called them universe worlds. There were many of them, but no one knew exactly how many there were. However, there were many more than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Some were simple secret realms, while others were inhabited by living beings. They were connected to the outside world. In this regard, it was no different from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was easier to understand if Eternal Divine Nation was an enlarged and strengthened version of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Oh, right. Eternal Divine Nation is what the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds call this place. Some cultivators who've been to the 4 regions and 9 worlds call it that. However, it's not actually a nation. To be more precise, it's more appropriate to call it the Eternal Divine Realm. That's what we call it. I hope you can change it a little, or you'll be easily recognized as cultivators from the outside world and bullied. Su Hai emphasized his reminder. Everyone nodded. Ling Xiao discovered that much of the information he'd received from the Emperor of Massacre was outdated. Come to think of it, the Emperor of Massacre had been asleep for tens of thousands of years. That was normal. Su Hai was someone who lived in eternal divine nation, after all. He must know more about the current situation. Ling Xiao trusted his words very much. Along the way, Ling Xiao also observed Su Hai. This person was definitely the kind of person worth making friends with. Chapter 5049. I've highlighted the important points below. The eternal divine realm is made up of countless oases that make up half of its surface area. The rest is desert. If you step into an unfamiliar desert, it'll be very dangerous. The path we're taking now is a safe passage that many people have explored. It's the least dangerous. Of all the oases, there are 6 that cover the largest areas. Aside from the 5 races, there's also the most mysterious oasis, which is occupied by the monsters. In addition to the oasis occupied by the demonic beasts, the other 5 clans also had countless oases of various sizes under their control. They're also known as the 5 Great Kingdoms. They're the eternal divine nation of the humans, the beast dynasty of the beasts, the soul nation of the spiritlings, the elemental divine realm of the elemental race, and the sea divine realm of the oceanic race, including the monster oasis, which is known as the forbidden land of the 5 races. There are 6 factions in the eternal divine realm. It's worth mentioning that the eternal divine realm is called the eternal divine nation because it's ruled by the humans. That's because it's closest to the 4 realms and 9 worlds. The other 5 factions are further away. Even I haven't been there before. So if you want to go, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Su Hai was a very kind person. Ling Xiao and the others were lucky to have received such a gentle elder brother's advice. Otherwise, they'd be dumbfounded to arrive at the eternal divine realm without knowing anything. I don't know about the other factions, so I can't tell you, but I can give you a brief overview of the divine nation. The 12 sacred cities are the heritage cities of the 12 beast gods. They're also the 12 strongest factions in the human divine nation. But you're not qualified to enter the sacred cities. Not even I am. The 12 sacred cities are the core of the divine nation. Only the elites are qualified to enter. Elites are those who have reached the 7th level of the divine spirit realm. You're only at the divine body realm. Even if you enter the sacred cities, you won't be able to withstand the terrifying soul pressure. Only those who cultivate their souls to the 7th level of the divine spirit realm will be able to enter. Then we'll have to wander around outside. Ling Xiao paused. That's not true. Aside from the 12 sacred cities at the core, there are 10 other sacred cities. There are also 108 martial kingdoms. The existence of the martial kingdom was to assist the 12 holy cities and nurture talents. You should know that among the gods of the Black Tortoise continent, there are other gods besides the beast god. Together, they created the Age of Gods in the Black Tortoise continent. After these deities died, their martial souls were transformed into martial souls that were as powerful as the beast god martial soul. Of course, the 12 primitive beast gods were superior to all deity martial spirits. To be exact, the martial kingdom was a martial spirit kingdom. There were a total of 108 martial kingdoms, and each martial kingdom had a different deity, martial soul. A pure-blooded god, martial spirit warrior, was extremely powerful. These 108 countries were also constantly competing with each other and fighting against each other. All of you have different situations, so choosing which martial kingdom to join is very important. Ling Xiao, you are the strongest and the leader of these people. You have the beast god martial spirit, so the most suitable place for you is a martial country with a beast god inheritance. However, there were many such martial kingdoms. After all, there were not only 1 or 2 types of beast god martial spirits. You still have to choose carefully. The place I'm taking you to now is the Golden Martial Nation, which is closest to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Doesn't it sound familiar? That's because it has the Golden God inheritance. The golden skies of the 4 regions and 9 worlds is a branch of this martial kingdom. That's why it's the oldest martial kingdom in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After hearing Su Hai's explanation, Ling Xiao had a clearer idea of where to go. It seemed that it would be impossible to go directly to the holy city of massacre. Just like when he'd first set foot in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he was now a minuscule existence in the eternal divine realm. He had to start from the basics. Let's start with the Golden Martial Nation. All right, that's the gist of it. I have one last thing to add. From the 4 regions and 9 worlds to the eternal divine realm, you must change your perception. Perhaps you've already noticed that the closer you get to the eternal divine realm, the stronger the laws become. Our flying speed and altitude are both severely affected. Ling Xiao, let's take you as an example. With your strength, you can easily destroy a city or a mountain in the 9 realms of the 4 regions. But in the eternal divine realm, you might not even be able to break a tree. I won't explain further. Since you've experienced similar situations, you should understand this. The weaker the laws, the easier it is for the eternal divine realm to collapse. The Sky Dragon continent is an abandoned place. If the laws there remain weak, it might cease to exist within 100 years. Our Maelstrom continent's laws are much stronger. Even so, it might cease to exist in a few thousand years. The Black Tortoise continent's cultivators have always strived to break through their limits in order to break through the barriers of the laws, so that the Black Tortoise continent can exist for a while longer. Su Hai's mood sank as he spoke. On the other hand, Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice that he'd changed the laws of the Sky Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent so that they were closer to the Black Tortoise continent. He hadn't thought that he'd unintentionally saved the lives of these continents. We're here. Su Hai suddenly stopped talking about the eternal divine realm, his expression turning solemn. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt his body become incomparably heavy. It was almost as if he was falling. His speed slowed to a crawl. It seemed that Su Hai's words were true. He'd set foot on the eternal divine realm's territory. It was a new world, and its powerful laws suppressed him, making it hard for him to breathe. Everyone landed on the ground. They were in a vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. It looked no different from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but every blade of grass and every grain of soil contained a different power of law. As long as one was a martial artist, they could clearly feel it. Every seed has to go through trials and tribulations in order to grow. This is how we treat seeds. Although I'd like to take you directly to where I live, there's nothing I can do about it. Take this. You can contact me at any time, but it can only be used 3 times. When the time comes, I'll appear to resolve your problems. Before Su Hai left, he gave Ling Xiao a whistle. According to him, he'd appear as soon as Su Hai blew the whistle, but it could only be used 3 times. Ling Xiao held the whistle in his hand and bowed deeply to Su Hai. Big brother Su Hai. Big brother Su Hai, thank you very much. When I become successful in the future, I won't forget your kindness. There's no point in saying all this. As long as you become successful, it'll be the greatest repayment to me. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Walk forward from here, and you'll reach a city that belongs to the Golden Martial Kingdom. You're on your own now. Su Hai glanced at Ling Xiao, then tore through the air and disappeared into the distance. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 50-50. After Su Hai left, Ling Xiao and the others finally had the chance to carefully examine their surroundings. Perhaps it was because they were on a flat plain, but their field of vision was extremely wide. In the distance, there were mountains and beautiful blue waves. The landscape was picturesque. It was truly breathtaking. I can't use cosmic and void-shattering powers for now. The time and space laws here are too strong. It looks like I'll have to continue increasing my cultivation to regain those powers. Ling Xiao tried to condense cosmic and void-shattering powers. Naturally, he failed. This made him even more certain that the laws of the eternal divine realm were much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Every blade of grass, every tree, every snake, insect, rat, and ant here was much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Although they weren't that tall, any random blade of grass was equivalent to a 7-patterned imperial weapon from the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Suddenly, he realized something. The Crimson Blood Demon sword's dragon patterns were much clearer and larger than those of the treasures of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. He didn't know why before, but now he knew. A 10-patterned imperial weapon from the 4 realms and 9 worlds was only a single dragon pattern in the eternal divine realm. Thus, those patterns were called divine dragon patterns in the eternal divine realm. A single divine dragon pattern was equivalent to 10 divine dragon patterns. The blades of grass were as strong as a 7-patterned imperial weapon, but not as strong as a single divine dragon pattern. As for the cultivators of the land of exile, they weren't qualified to possess an imperial weapon with divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao checked the treasures on his body. The Hand of Immortality, the Void God Sword, and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. These were the only treasures he had. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword had 3 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao couldn't wield it at all. The Void God Sword and the Hand of Immortality were both divine dragon patterns. Although Ling Xiao couldn't unleash their full power with his current cultivation, he could at least use them. Little Gold's Flaming Meteor and Cold Plum's Lightning Spear had both become divine dragon patterns. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the plains. The wind was not very strong. It was only comparable to a breeze in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was only strong enough to blow up the leaves and grass. But it was this breeze that cut through the skin of Cold Plum and Yufanghua. Although it was only a small wound, it was still too terrifying to be able to cut through the skin of a martial artist at the peak of the divine physique echelon. The strength of this breeze had probably already surpassed the attacks of many 7th-level divine physique echelon martial artists. What a terrifying world! If a mere breeze were to blow into the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it would be able to easily kill a 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. They're not on the same level at all. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Not only did the laws affect nature, they also affected living beings. The bodies of eternal divine realm cultivators were far stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. A cultivator from the eternal divine realm could easily kill a cultivator from the 4 realms and 9 worlds, even if they were at the same level of cultivation. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. He had already absorbed a large amount of the power of laws from the eternal divine realm cultivators and gradually adapted to this world. Little Gold was also special. After absorbing the attacks of the eternal divine realm cultivators, he had also adapted to this environment. Long Chin was a true dragon. A dragon's adaptability was extremely strong, so it was not a problem. Yu Fenghua's injury earlier had already triggered the automatic protection of the Moon Lady in her body. The Moon Lady was a big shot in the mystic world from 100,000 years ago. Adaptability was also not a problem. Cold Plum's reaction was also extremely fast. She released the ancient war tree and forcibly extracted the power of laws of nature. About half an hour later, she also adapted to it. The fact that they had been able to follow Ling Xiao until now meant that they were all special. This was definitely not a coincidence. Xiao, what do we do next? Do we listen to Su Hai and go to the Golden Martial Nation? Yu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right, boss. If we stick together, we'll quickly make a name for ourselves. Little Gold smiled. Let's listen to Su Hai first and find the nearest city to familiarize ourselves with this world. We used to be like this in the past, didn't we? Little Gold, Long Chin, I'll have to trouble you two to hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring first. Su Hai said that the human divine nations here are not very friendly to beasts like you. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I'll have to trouble you too. Ling Zhao's Dongxing Emperor Ring was now a little outdated and could not keep up with his increase in strength. It could not keep up with the changes in the environment, but it could still be used. Ling Xiao planned to make a new storage ring for each of them. At the very least, it had to be suitable for use in the eternal divine territory. How boring. Little Gold pursed his lips and said, "Boss, we have to think of a way. Maybe there's a treasure that can block the demonic aura." This guy definitely liked to play outside, but he still listened to Ling Xiao. He did not want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. The beasts were also known as the Yao. Yao referred to the beasts in human form, and beast referred to the beasts in human form. Therefore, the aura of the beasts was also known as demonic aura. When we reach the city ahead, I'll look for it for you. I can't let you stay in there forever. Ling Xiao nodded. He did not know where the Beast Dynasty was. He could not let Little Gold go there in a short time. A treasure that could block the demonic aura might be a good choice. He did not know if there was a heavenly dragon trading company in the eternal divine territory. As a super VIP, it should not be a problem to get a few treasures. The heavenly dragon trading company's business was all over the mystic world. It should be in the eternal divine territory. Speaking of which, he had a deep impression of the heavenly dragon trading company's owner, Yunya. This woman had always been mysterious. It seemed that she would appear when he was not in a place. Ling Xiao could not figure out her true cultivation at all. But every time he saw Yunya, it seemed that Yunya's cultivation would become stronger. Ling Xiao even suspected that Yunya's strength might be very strong. However, due to the laws, she couldn't display her true strength under a certain law. If her strength exceeded the laws, it would cause the collapse of space-time. After Little Gold and Long Chin entered the Dongxing Emperor Ring, Ling Xiao set off with Yufeng Hua and Cold Plum. Walking on the grassland, they breathed in the rich spiritual qi. It really made people feel relaxed and happy. The two girls held hands and chatted. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and paid close attention to the changes in his surroundings. This was their first time here. They did not know if there was any danger. It was right to be careful. The nearest city was only a mile away. If this was the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao would arrive in an instant. But now his Tai Chi eye could only see about 100 meters away from him if he was looking at an object. If there were no objects, he should be able to see a mile away. Even if he flew at full speed, it would take a few minutes. The key was that it consumed a lot of stamina and divine essence. Ling Xiao chose to walk. Firstly, it was to save stamina and divine essence to deal with unexpected situations. Secondly, it was to avoid overlooking dangerous things. There's a situation. Everyone be careful. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 50-51. Ling Xiao's Taiji. I saw rustling sounds coming from the bushes about 100 meters away, as if something was about to rush out. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum had already entered battle mode. They looked in that direction, cautiously. The commotion in the bushes was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Snow Wolf! No, this isn't the aura of a snow wolf. Although it looks very similar to a wolf, I understand. Disciple, catch it quickly. You won't regret this. The Yuan Venerate had woken up when he entered the eternal divine realm. He was also very curious about this place that was rich in spirit qi. Although he had passed by this place before, he had only been fleeing for his life and had not stayed for long. He had not had time to appreciate the scenery here. Understood. Since the Yuan Venerate had said so, Ling Xiao naturally had to listen. If it was just a wolf, Ling Xiao had not intended to catch it. However, if it was a Yuan Venerate, there should be a special reason. He shot through the air in an attempt to catch the white wolf. However, he had not expected the white wolf to be so fast. Although it was not as fast as Tianxinlia, it was close. Fortunately, the white wolf did not seem to have any intention of fighting. Or rather, it was not very strong. Interesting. It actually wants to escape from my hands. Is that possible? Hand of eternal life. Ling Xiao's left hand suddenly extended and grabbed the white wolf's body. Although the white wolf was still struggling, it was no longer of much use. Ling Xiao's judgment was right. The white wolf's combat strength was extremely weak. It was just that it was very fast. Xiao, it is such a cute animal. It did not attack us. Why did you pounce on it? Yu Fenghua looked at the struggling appearance of the white wolf, and her sympathy suddenly overflowed. Ling Xiao could only laugh awkwardly. He had not wanted to catch it. It was the Yuan Venerate who had asked him to. He was about to ask the Yuan Venerate. Suddenly, his face turned serious, and he put the white wolf into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Ling Xiao looked in the same direction. A figure appeared there. A martialist from the eternal divine realm. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. The other party wasn't very strong. He was only at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. The motley crew in the land of exile was not a real motley crew. They were just exiled trash. There were weaklings in the eternal divine realm as well. But most of them didn't have the power to control their own fates. The person in front of him was wearing black armor. On the armor, there was an image of 2 blood-stained axes. There should be a special reason. Hand over the Qinquan beast. It's mine. The person looked coldly at Ling Xiao and the other 2 and said in a commanding tone. Ling Xiao frowned. He hadn't expected to face such a choice as soon as he arrived in the eternal divine domain. I don't know what a Qinquan beast is. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Stop playing dumb. That Qinquan beast looks like a snow wolf. The only difference is that it can transform into a Qinquan space for people to use. I've been chasing after it for a whole year. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Hand it over, and I can spare your lives. That person said again. His attitude was quite rude and unreasonable. Ling Xiao thought of that thing just now. He couldn't help but ask the Yuan Venerate in surprise. The Yuan Venerate gave him an affirmative answer. That's a Qinquan beast. It's more outstanding than a storage ring or a Qinquan bag. Once a Qinquan beast recognizes a master, it can automatically collect what the master needs. It can open a Qinquan world, which is much larger than a storage space. It can store both living and dead things at the same time. This Qinquan beast is extremely rare, and there should be very few of them in the eternal divine domain. I didn't expect you to encounter one. Of course, I can't hand over such a good thing. Ling Xiao had been planning to exchange the Dongsheng Emperor ring, but he hadn't expected to catch a Qinquan beast. Sorry, I really haven't seen it before. Ling Xiao shook his head. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. One look, and I can tell you're an idiot from outside. That's right, it should be a seed from the 4 regions and 9 realms. Hee, the ancient race should reward me if I kill the seed. When that person heard Ling Xiao's words, he had already confirmed that Ling Xiao was a seed from the 4 regions and 9 realms. Although he didn't know how he guessed it. However, this guy was quite smart. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. There was no time to dodge at all. The sword light pierced his head, creating a very deep wound. However, it didn't pierce through. Interestingly, such a wound would heal very quickly if it was in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, the other party didn't heal here. Ling Xiao suddenly realized something. The nomological laws here were extremely sturdy. Not only were the nomological laws of space and time, but the elemental laws were also sturdy. This martialist was born in the eternal divine realm and had been influenced by the nomological laws since he was young. Of course, his body was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's sword could even destroy a peak 7th level divine physique echelon martialist in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, it didn't pierce through here, let alone kill him. However, because the nomological laws were too sturdy, it was extremely difficult to recover after being injured. He would probably have to rely on medicine. That was close. Are you crazy? You're just a lowly mortal. How dare you attack a deity? Although the other party didn't die, he was scared out of his wits after being injured. He originally thought that the martialists in the 4 regions and 9 realms had always regarded the martialists in the eternal divine realm as gods and wouldn't do such a thing. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to attack him so quickly. Ling Xiao didn't waste time talking nonsense. He shook the Void God sword in his hand and pounced again. The other party finally realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was and turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. The other party should have fled when Ling Xiao's first attack failed. However, he didn't. If he missed that opportunity, he wouldn't have another one. The Void God sword attacked continuously. It took him a total of 10 moves to kill the other party. It seems that my understanding of this world is still far from enough. Ling Xiao thought that he had adapted to it, but after this battle, he realized that he was still far from it. This time his opponent's cultivation was much lower than his, which was why he'd been able to defeat him. If his opponent's cultivation had been higher, it would have been troublesome. Void God sword. Ling Xiao stabbed the Void God sword into his opponent's body and absorbed his energy. He used it to strengthen his body. His body now only had a little bit more energy than 1 divine dragon mark. He was still far from 2 dragon tattoos. He had to work harder. Defense had always been his strong suit. He didn't want to fall behind others. As his opponent's corpse disappeared, Ling Xiao could feel his body growing stronger. There were now 2 dragon tattoos on his body. Perhaps it was because his opponent's body was far stronger than Ling Xiao's. You saw the battle just now. The martialists here are much stronger than us in both offense and defense. If you want to adapt, you have to work harder. Don't underestimate them. Although Ling Xiao was fighting alone, this lesson needed to be learned together. Chapter 50-52. Let's go. The city isn't far ahead. Ling Xiao lifted his head and looked into the distance. The image of a city appeared in a place without any obstructions. Although the enemy had already been destroyed, there were still sounds of battle here. There was absolutely no harm in leaving as soon as possible. Ling Xiao deliberately didn't walk in a straight line. Instead, he took a detour to avoid encountering the martialist's companions. He wasn't afraid. He just didn't want to cause any trouble for the time being. It was still the same logic. He had just arrived and didn't know anything. It was best to keep a low profile. If he had to fight and kill, he had to deal with it cleanly and not leave any clues behind. Along the way, Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate about the Qinkuan beast. Master, how do I tame this Qinkuan beast? Drip blood on it, of course. Drip a drop of your blood into its mouth, and it will become your Qinkuan beast for you to use. If others want to take it away, there is only one way, and that is to kill you. Otherwise, even if the Qinkuan beast is snatched away, it will automatically return. The Yuan Venerate answered. Let me try. Ling Xiao took out the Qinkuan beast and dripped a drop of blood into its mouth. In an instant, a dazzling light flickered and the Qinkuan beast actually turned into an incantation mark on Ling Xiao's wrist. It was like a lifelike wolf head. Then, Ling Xiao transferred the things in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring into the Qinkuan realm. The Qinkuan realm was much bigger than the space in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. It wouldn't be a problem to move a city directly. This way, Little Gold and Long Qin would be able to live in it more comfortably. This is really good stuff. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the Yuan Venerate was around. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such a good thing. After subduing the Qinkuan beast, Ling Xiao and the others sped up. Although they took a detour, they were still very close to the city. Thus, it didn't take long for them to see the outline of the city again. Furthermore, they could see it even more clearly this time. They were only 200 to 300 meters away. This city should have some history. However, it seemed to be in good condition because it was often under maintenance. At the very least, there were no signs of damage. Ling Xiao had a feeling that even if the city was not protected by a formation, it would be very difficult for him to destroy it with his strength. The law of sturdiness made the city extremely tough, and it would not decay or collapse even after 10,000 years, unless he was continuously attacked by external forces. There are a lot of bloodstains on the city walls. It should be the result of frequent battles. Cold Plum said, "Yes, the blood of demonic beasts and humans cannot be washed clean. This city is close to the wasteland. I'm afraid it's been attacked by demonic beasts many times." Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye told him the results of his analysis. Many flags were erected on the city walls. The flag was embroidered with 2 crossed axes, which were stained with blood. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. "Master," Cold Plum also noticed this. "Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. I didn't think that the person I just killed was a martial artist from Dual Axe City, but since we cleaned it up so cleanly, we shouldn't have been exposed. You guys be careful too. Don't let it slip." Ling Xiao said, "Yes, master. Don't worry, my dear." Cold Plum and Yufeng Hua both nodded. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly recalled what Su Hai had said. The eternal divine domain was both heaven and hell. To the strong, this place was heaven, but to the weak, it was hell. Sure enough, the law of the jungle would never change, no matter where it was. Halt! Before Ling Xiao and the others could reach the city gates, suddenly, a group of people scuttled up from behind them. They were all riding savage, tiger-type, demonic beasts. Although he didn't know what they were called, they had the appearance of a fierce tiger. The difference was that these tigers had a single horn that looked like a sharp blade on their heads. It was also slightly larger than an ordinary tiger. Their bodies were pitch black and unusually fierce. The group of martial artists quickly caught up to Ling Xiao and the others and surrounded them. Their eyes shone with cunning and ruthless light. "It's the horned tigers that Su Hai mentioned. Every one of them is at least in the 4th level of the divine physique echelon." Ling Xiao looked at those mounts and frowned. These horned tigers opened their bloody mouths and bared their fangs and claws at Ling Xiao and the others. They let out ferocious roars. If the rider hadn't pulled on the reins, the horned tigers would have pounced on Ling Xiao and the others. Demonic beasts were instinctively vicious. There was a big difference between them and the martial artists of the Beast Clan. There were 18 of them. There were 18 single-horned tigers. Every one of them exuded a terrifying, murderous aura that made one tremble in fear. Their weapons were all broadaxes. They even carried them on their backs, as if to show off their status. These fellows looked down at Ling Xiao and the other 2 as if they were looking at lowly prey. Their brows were filled with coldness and disdain. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd indifferently. Most of the people in the group were at the 4th to 5th level of the divine physique echelon. However, some of them were above the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. They had just arrived at the border of the eternal divine realm, but they had already encountered martial artists of such a level. This wasn't a good thing. One of them was especially strong. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. He was bald. He wore heavy armor. He wore something like a string of Buddhist beads around his neck. Upon closer inspection, those beads were actually made of skulls. How savage! Their mounts weren't ordinary mounts. They weren't kind people either. He didn't expect to run into trouble so quickly. Did they see us? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then he asked with a smile, "May I know why you're looking for us?" Naturally, his words were a test. "Kid, Did you see anyone from the Dual Axes gang when you came over? The martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon asked. He looked like a ferocious beast. If it were a timid person, they would have fallen to the ground in fear. No, Ling Xiao answered. He already knew the answer. The other party didn't know that he had killed that person. They had probably arranged to meet up, but that person didn't show up, so they came out to look for him. Liar! You killed him, didn't you? The man suddenly roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder. His actions might scare a lot of people, but to Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum, it was no different from a clown's performance. Sir, you must be joking. How would we dare to offend the famous Dual Axes gang? This time we're going to stay in Dual Axes City temporarily. Ling Xiao was still smiling. Shut up. I said you killed him, so you killed him. What are you blabbering on about? Brothers, let's get rid of that man. Tie up the woman and send her back to Dual Axes City. The bald leader laughed sinisterly. It seemed like this guy had done this many times in the past. That was why he said it, so casually. In his eyes, the weak didn't have the right to live. They could only live if he let them live. If he wanted them dead, they had to die. It was that simple. Tyrannical martial soul. Chapter 5053. The bald captain's axe was stained with the blood of countless people. Of course, he wouldn't mind killing Ling Xiao as well. Looks like there's no need to negotiate. Fanghua, Cold Plum, you don't have to do anything. I'll do it. Ling Xiao's cultivation method was different from others. He relied on constant fighting to break through. Therefore, fighting was a great help to him. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum didn't have to fight. Die, brat! A rider suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Clearly, he wanted to make a contribution so that the captain would reward him. As he charged, he flashed the axe in his hand. Don't underestimate the axe. It was an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. It was on the same level as Ling Xiao's hand of immortality. He held 2 axes in both hands. Like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, it slashed towards Ling Xiao. Even though this guy's cultivation was not high. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his fighting skills were much better than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. His aura was even more terrifying. The Eternal Divine Realm was indeed a place to train martial artists. Killing was something that could never be completely avoided in the world of martial artists. If Ling Xiao was weak, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being trampled on. But there were no ifs. Ling Xiao was a powerhouse. At the very least, this team wouldn't be a threat to him. With his previous experience, Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate any of the Eternal Divine Realm's martial artists. In an instant, he dodged the man's axe and used his speed to find an opening. The Void God sword pierced his opponent's throat. In the 4 realms and 9 worlds, the throat was no longer a martial artist's weakness. At the very least, a Divine Body Realm martial artist wouldn't die even if their throat was pierced. That was because they could recover instantly. But in the Eternal Divine Realm, the throat was once again a fatal spot. Although martial artists' bodies were much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds, it was also much harder to recover. Once his throat was pierced, he was dead for sure. Previously, when Ling Xiao killed that martial artist, he had tried all kinds of attacks. Finally, he confirmed the weakness of the throat. If that didn't work, he could still stab his eyes and pierce his head through his eyes. This was also a method. The Void God sword's body was incomparably tough. The Void God sword was obstructed when it stabbed at the throat, unable to pierce through. However, Ling Xiao had already thought of this. At the same time, he used the 9-headed Demon King snake to release an extremely corrosive poison. It condensed on the tip of the sword. Under the dual effects, the other party's throat was pierced, and he died on the spot. I'm gradually getting the hang of it. In the past, he was too strong and rarely used the combination of skills. I didn't expect that I would have to try this kind of battle again, but it's quite interesting. Ling Xiao smiled. The Void God sword absorbed the opponent's energy and transferred it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao began to temper his spirit essence. He wanted to change his spirit essence to the spirit essence of the eternal God domain. Only then would his attack power be normal. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if he couldn't kill a martial artist of lower cultivation with a single blow, even though he was clearly stronger. Come, let me see how strong the dual axe gang martial artists are. Martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao intended to wipe them out, so he released the martial spirit barrier. Not only could this barrier prevent them from escaping, it could also block sound, sight, and aura. This way, even if a battle took place 200 or 300 meters away, it wouldn't alarm the people of Dual Axe City. In order to let Xiao Jin and Long Qin walk in broad daylight, he had to get a treasure that could block out spirit essence. He had to go to Dual Axe City. Ling Xiao's strike to kill the Dual Axe gang martial artist had been extremely precise, and it had only taken 2 or 3 seconds. Without its master, the horned tiger pounced on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao stabbed it to death. Ling Xiao had already released the Sun God's blood formation and the Snake God's poison formation. This was the maximum number of formations he could release in the eternal God domain. He could only release 2. Poison was the best aid to break through defenses. The bloodthirsty plague was also a good way to break through defenses. Together, it would be much easier to kill the opponent. This kid is using poison. Everyone attack together and kill him quickly. Ling Xiao's performance in an instant made the Dual Axe gang martial artists realize how terrifying he was. At the same time, they realized that they might have kicked an iron plate today. However, they weren't afraid. On the contrary, they became even more savage. After all, their body's resistance to poison was much stronger than the martial artists of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. It wasn't easy to poison them to death. Ling Xiao didn't expect to poison them to death. He only used poison to corrode their vitals, making it easier for his sword to break through their defenses. Fortunately, his control was terrifying. His poison turned into a viper and attacked the opponent's vitals. When the corrosion was concentrated, its power would become even more terrifying. Bastard, die for me. 2 more martial artists rushed in front of Ling Xiao. Although they were strength-type martial artists, their speed and dexterity weren't bad. At the same cultivation level, they were much stronger than the martial artists of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao didn't dare compete with them in terms of strength. Before his body and divine origin were completely transformed, he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with them. Earthbound golden light. In an instant, Ling Xiao changed directions. Although the martial solar ray only covered a radius of 100 meters in the eternal divine realm, it was still very powerful. But it was enough. He was only using it to dodge, not to escape. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared behind one of them. He grabbed his opponent's head with his left hand and slit his throat with the Void God's sword in his right hand. Another person was killed. As he killed his opponent, Ling Xiao had the Void God sword devour his opponent's weapon. His opponent's weapon was an emperor weapon with divine dragon inscriptions. If he swallowed 10 of them, the Void God sword would probably level up. This battle really wasn't easy. If we were in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, I could kill these pieces of trash in one move. Ling Xiao sighed as he fought. The change in environment made the battle much more difficult. Ling Xiao disappeared again. Every time he disappeared and reappeared, a martial artist from the Twin Axes gang was killed. In the blink of an eye, he'd killed 8 people. The Void God sword shone with black light. There were now 2 dragon inscriptions on it. At the same time, it became even sharper. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan on letting it level up any further. Ling Xiao could make do with the 2 dragon inscriptions emperor weapon. If it had 3, Ling Xiao wouldn't even be able to use it. The Qianquan beast automatically stored the axes in the Qianquan world. Ling Xiao didn't have to do anything at all, which saved him a lot of trouble. In battle, Ling Xiao wouldn't attack his mounts, unless those one-horned tigers didn't know what was good for them and attacked him. As long as he killed the riders, the mounts wouldn't be much of a threat. As the Void God sword leveled up, the battle became easier. Before, Ling Xiao had been slow to kill his enemies because his offense wasn't as good as his opponent's defense. Now, things were different. The Void God sword leveled up, which greatly increased its offensive power. Out of 18 enemies, 8 were dead. Only 10 were left. Finally, someone chose to flee. Unfortunately, the existence of the martial spirit barrier left them in despair. Chapter 50-54. Let's do it together. Although Ling Xiao wanted to continue tempering his skills, he noticed strange movements in Dual Axe City. It would be bad if he was discovered. Thus, he called for Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, and Long Qin to attack together. He set up another layer of formation inside the martial spirit barrier to block the aura of the others. After the 4 joined the battle, with Ling Xiao as an example, they dealt with the enemy very smoothly. After all, they were all geniuses and could understand at a glance. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally ended. Ling Xiao absorbed a large amount of law power, and his demonic black martial body advanced again, reaching the level of 3 divine dragon patterns. However, as his body got closer to the laws of the eternal divine realm, the improvement would slow down. His cultivation didn't change much. After all, most of the warriors he killed were weaker than him. He couldn't stimulate too much potential. Instead, his potential and divine essence were transformed to become stronger and stronger. Yu Fanghua and the others also gained some benefits. For example, the storage rings on their hands. Although they weren't the best, they were much better than the storage rings they brought from the 4 realms and 9 realms. However, they were only for temporary use. He removed the soul imprint and branded them with his own. He even made a small profit. After destroying the corpses, Ling Xiao let Xiao Jin and Long Qin return to the universe world again. Then he headed for Dual Axe City. This was called the boldness of the strong. He had just killed the Dual Axe Gang's warriors, and now he was going to a city controlled by the gang. In fact, Ling Xiao felt a little helpless. The closest city on this path was Dual Axe City. If he didn't go, he would have to take a long detour to reach the second city. He didn't want to waste too much time. Besides, he had the ability to escape, so he wasn't afraid. This time, he didn't run into any trouble. After entering Dual Axe City, he asked for directions to the trading company and planned to buy some things. Obviously, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wasn't in a small city like Dual Axe City, so he couldn't rely on his VIP status. Fortunately, he had accumulated a lot of supreme-grade spirit stones, which could be used. In the eternal divine realm, supreme-grade spirit stones were useless. The weakest warriors here used supreme-grade spirit stones. Some people even used spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were a higher grade of currency than spirit stones. They were also the key materials for martial artists' cultivation. Its surface was even more beautiful than that of a spirit stone, and it contained more spirit energy and was of a higher quality. 1 low-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 10 million supreme spiritual stones. It could be said to be extremely expensive. Ling Xiao didn't know when he would be able to get a spirit crystal to play with. Dodge. Suddenly, a roar came from the front. Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum stood by the roadside. It was precisely the Dual Axe Gang's martial artists who had passed by. They looked like soldiers on patrol. This group of soldiers looked straight ahead as they passed through the streets. There were a total of Caucasians, and each of them wore armor that was equivalent to an emperor armament with 7 dragon patterns. They also held weapons of the same grade. The lowest cultivation level was at the first level of the divine physique echelon. A first-level divine body realm martial artist was already considered a top-notch expert in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not many people in the 4 regions and 9 realms possessed a monarch weapon with 7 dragon patterns. But here, they were only ordinary soldiers. That was the difference. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind and continued walking. He heard from passers-by that there was a street with many shops in Twin Axe City, and there was no lack of places like auction houses. Generally speaking, if one wanted to get something good, they would have to go to an auction house. As expected of the eternal divine territory, such a small city can actually make people feel a terrifying sense of awe and awe. It's even more awe-inspiring than the Golden City and Eternal Palace. Yu Fanghua couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Twin Axe City's situation. Although the city wasn't big, even the bricks and tiles emitted the aura of Dharma treasures. How could it not be shocking? Yeah, look at the road. It's actually paved with low-grade spirit stones. And it's spotless, although the Twin Axe Gang's martial artists are a little unreasonable. I have to admit that we're no match for them in a direct confrontation. So it's better to keep a low profile. Ling Xiao was also shocked. Low-grade spirit stones weren't very effective for martial artists of their level, but they were still spirit stones. It was really extravagant to use them to pave the road. Soon, they arrived at the street with shops. The shops here were all simply decorated and not luxurious, but they all emitted a strange aura of treasures. Any shop in the 4 regions and 9 realms would probably be fought over. After all, even a blade of grass or a brick was equivalent to a Dharma treasure, let alone a high-grade one. Of course, the shops were also divided into different sizes. Generally, the bigger the shop, the more goods it had. The aura it emitted was also more intense. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye quickly locked onto the biggest shop on the street. It was almost 10 times the size of the other shops. The guards standing outside the door were also extremely powerful. They were even more terrifying than the patrolling soldiers from before. Every one of them was a 3rd-level divine body realm expert. The armor they wore was also equivalent to a 9-dragon inscription emperor weapon. Seeing these guards, Ling Xiao knew that this place wasn't simple. Blood Axe Tower. It sounds like it's related to the Twin Axe Gang. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw the 3 large words above the tower. The 3 large words were written in a flamboyant style, with vigorous strokes and emitting a powerful aura. It could deter many people with bad intentions. Even Ling Xiao was frightened when he saw it. He was sure that the martial artist who wrote these 3 words was definitely stronger than him. It was probably the Twin Axe Gang's higher-ups. It might even be the Twin Axe Gang's leader and the Twin Axe City's city lord. While Ling Xiao was deep in thought, a few experts walked over from the side. Their cultivation was around the 5th-level divine body realm. Every one of them had the aura of a divine dragon inscription emperor weapon. These people walked into the Blood Axe Tower while chatting about something. Ling Xiao's hearing was extremely powerful, so he naturally heard everything clearly. I heard that the Twin Axe Gang obtained many good things in the secret realm this time. They're going to auction them today. We can't miss this opportunity. I've brought all my belongings, so it's best if we can bid for some good things. It's just that the Blood Axe Tower always does things mysteriously, so I don't know what treasures they have. When has the Blood Axe Tower ever disappointed us? I came all the way here from another place. That's right. I've always wanted a treasured sword with 2 divine dragon inscriptions, so I hope I can get my wish. A weapon with 2 divine dragon inscriptions with our cultivation. We can't unleash its full power. I actually hope to get the gun gold pill. This kind of pill can help me condense my body. The gun gold pill is extremely helpful for the cultivation of the physical body, but I actually hope that we can use the divine body advancement pill. After all, cultivation is still the most important. As they spoke, they had already walked in. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was already tempted. The Blood Axe Tower was probably the best trading company in Twin Axe City. If there wasn't anything he wanted here, then there probably wasn't anywhere else. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5055. Ling Xiao wanted a lot of things. They needed an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. An emperor weapon with 1 divine dragon pattern wasn't bad either. After all, Yu Fenghua and Long Qin didn't have one. He wasn't interested in elixirs, but if there were materials to refine the Gung Gold Pill and Divine Body Advancement Pill, he would be interested in bidding for them. Of course, the most important thing was a treasure that could ward off demonic aura. He had to get his hands on it. When he wanted to enter the auction house, he was stopped by the guard. "I'm sorry. Today, the Blood Axe Tower is only accepting martial artists with invitations. If you don't have one, you can come back tomorrow." Although the guard looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly, his attitude was still quite good. He had his duty, so he didn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao. "How can I get an invitation?" Ling Xiao asked. Generally speaking, the Blood Axe Tower would send out invitations because they didn't want some people to sneak in and cause trouble. After all, many people didn't have enough financial strength and weren't qualified to sneak in. The auction house had limited space, so financial strength was very important. Ling Xiao asked for this reason, as long as he had enough supreme-grade spirit stones. He believed that he would be qualified to enter. He had robbed Lotus Flower and Tian Dinglia's private stash. He could be considered a rich man. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem to get an invitation. If you want to get an invitation, your cultivation must be at least at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm and have at least 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The guard replied, "All right, I meet the requirements." Ling Xiao released his aura, which happened to be at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. Then he flashed the aura of 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones for the guard to feel. "So it's a distinguished guest. Please follow me." The guard brought Ling Xiao into the Blood Axe Tower and handed him to a red-clothed lady. The red-clothed lady's cultivation had also reached the 4th level of the Divine Body Realm. It wasn't low. She brought Ling Xiao to the front desk and processed the invitation. Rather than an invitation, it was more like a pass. With this, one could walk freely in the Blood Axe Tower. Aside from a few secret places, they could enter almost anywhere. Ling Xiao took the invitation and glanced at it. There was a special incantation on it. Although there were no spirit designs, it would not be easy to impersonate them, unless it was an array formation master like him. After receiving the invitation, Ling Xiao went to the auction house. Every invitation card had a seat number written on it, so they couldn't just sit there randomly. Before Ling Xiao came here, he had let Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum enter the universe world to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this moment, he was sitting in his seat, staring straight ahead. Not long after, the auction began. The first item up for auction was the storage ring that Ling Xiao wanted. Obviously, they were much better than the ones he had snatched from the dual axe gang martial artists. The storage ring was relatively cheap, and the starting price was only 100 top-grade spirit stones. However, even with 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, most of the martial artists from the 9 worlds and the 4 domains would only be able to watch. There were very few martial artists in the 9 realms who possessed 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this was only the starting price. The final price would definitely be much higher than that. However, only those who were truly powerful had storage rings. Therefore, not many people were bidding. After a round of bidding, the price rose to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and stopped. 1,100. I'll take it. Ling Xiao felt that the price was reasonable. In the eyes of the martial artists of the 9 worlds and the 4 domains, it was too expensive. However, this was the eternal divine realm. A storage ring of this level would definitely be a treasure in the 9 worlds and the 4 domains. Moreover, they really needed it. 1,200. A voice came from the VIP room. Ling Xiao frowned. Why was this VIP joining in the fun? However, since the other party had made a bid, Ling Xiao had nothing to say. This was normal. 1,300. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Little brother, there's nothing special about this storage ring. It's just beautiful and suitable for women to wear. Why don't you give it to me?" A voice came from the VIP room. Although it was a question, there was an undeniable pressure in the voice. Ling Xiao was dissatisfied. "If you follow the rules of the auction house, I won't say anything. However, how can I give in to your threats?" He bought this thing because he also wanted to give it to Yu Fanghua. Therefore, he opened his Taiji eye and looked at the VIP room. In the VIP room, there was a young man in red clothes. He looked to be in his 20s. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Clearly, his status was so high that even the Blood Axe Tower had to give him face. This young man's cultivation was not bad. He had reached the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm. In terms of combat strength, he was probably even more terrifying than Tian Dinglai. "It's just a storage ring. Why do you have to compete with a nobody like me?" 1,400. Ling Xiao continued to bid. "You really don't know what's good for you. 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones." The young man in red sneered and said loudly. This really scared Ling Xiao. 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones to buy this storage ring was simply crazy. "Xiao, there's no need to buy it. You can meet better people in the future. Why do you have to fight with him?" Yu Fanghua sent a soul message from the Qingkuan world. "Yes, why do you have to fight with a fool?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness as he laughed sinisterly. He didn't say anything else. No one dared to snatch his things. "Rich, right? Then you should be filial to me. No matter who you are, if you provoke me, don't think you'll have a good time." "I'm so angry. This kid is obviously bullying others. I don't believe he will pay 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. I guess it's related to the Blood Axe Tower. Boss, why don't we go out and kill him and snatch the thing?" Little Gold cried out in the universe world. "There's no need to kill him. Killing for a thing doesn't suit my character. However, since this kid likes to show off his wealth, we have to get some supreme grade spirit stones from him. Let him know that we're not to be trifled with." Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was never a good person. If others dared to provoke him, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they would think that he was easy to bully. However, at this time the person in the VIP room actually provoked him. "Poor kid. Since you don't have money, don't act cool." What a joke. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Some people really didn't know what was good for them. This small episode ended with Ling Xiao's silence. Perhaps the person in the VIP room was bored. The auction continued. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the next dozens of items. There was an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. However, the quality wasn't high. Ling Xiao gave up. Since he wanted to choose a weapon for his woman and brother, he had to choose a good one. There were also Gong gold pills and God body promotion pills. However, the quality wasn't good. The things that Ling Xiao scoffed at actually caused a crazy fight. This made Ling Xiao sigh. Indeed, no matter where, refining pills was a good business. He was prepared to refine some pills after he got the materials. It didn't matter if he sold them or used them for himself. Chapter 5056. After a boring wait, something that Ling Xiao was interested in finally came. His eyes lit up again. The next item for auction is a stalk of herb, Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood. I'm sure everyone knows that Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood is an excellent material for refining the body. If it can be refined into a Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood pill, the effect will be 10 times stronger. The starting bid for this item is 1,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Each bid Must be at least 1,000. Let's begin. 2,000. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone spoke. The one who bid wasn't the man in red from before. It was a woman in a blue dress. Her looks were outstanding, and she was also very strong. She had already reached the 8th level of the divine body realm. This was Ling Zhao's first time meeting an 8th level divine body realm martial artist. Whether it was Su Mingjin or the White Sea divine envoy, their cultivation level was higher than this. 3,000. Ling Xiao was determined to get this mystic yellow dragon wormwood. In the hands of others, this item was just a stalk of herb. In his hands, it was a pill that was 100 times stronger. The mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill, refined by others, could only refine the body. The mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill, refined by him, could also refine the divine essence. This was what they needed the most. Therefore, he was determined to get it. 4,000. The woman obviously wouldn't give up just like that. She immediately bid. The man in red didn't bid for the time being, but he was staring at Ling Xiao through the glass in the VIP room. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At this time, other than Ling Xiao and the woman, the rest of the people also bid. They pushed the price all the way to 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Finally, only Ling Xiao and the woman in blue were left. 11,000. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. One had to know that the market price of a stalk of mystic yellow dragon wormwood was at most 8,000 supreme grade spirit stones. It had already exceeded the market price. However, the price of a stalk of mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill was close to 50,000 supreme grade spirit stones. If Ling Xiao refined the mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for 100,000 supreme grade spirit stones. That was why Ling Xiao continued to bid without any change in his expression. 12,000. Unfortunately, the woman in blue also continued to bid. However, his emotions seemed to fluctuate a little. This was normal. Selling something that cost 8,000 top-grade spirit stones for 12,000 had already exceeded the original price. Ling Xiao guessed that this woman probably wanted to buy Xianhuang Longhao to refine pills. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Since that was the case, he might as well raise the price to the limit that the other party could accept. He didn't want to waste time. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao's voice rang out, and the woman abruptly stood up from her seat. He seemed to be in disbelief. Then he let out a long sigh and chose to give up. Ling Xiao smiled. His judgment was indeed correct. The blue-robed woman wanted to use this thing to refine pills. However, even an ordinary Xianhuang Longhao pill was only worth 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The other party felt that it wasn't worth it and gave up. He seemed to be a calm person who didn't want to continue fighting. The red-clothed man didn't bid at all. It could be seen that he was not a real fool. He would only fight for things that he thought were valuable. He wouldn't fight for things that weren't. Of course, it could also be seen that he didn't have many supreme-grade spirit stones on him. He didn't dare to use it in a fit of pique. After the Xianhuang Longhao auction ended, the auction continued. There were dozens of items that Ling Xiao wasn't interested in. It wasn't until another item appeared that Ling Xiao's eyes widened again. This was a treasure that could block demonic aura. It wasn't of high quality, with only one divine dragon pattern. This was because it had only one function. However, this was exactly what Ling Xiao needed. It was a ring. On the surface, it looked no different from an ordinary ring. However, as long as he wore it, his demonic aura wouldn't leak out. At the very least, Divine Body Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to see through it. As for Divine Soul Realm martial artists who had already cultivated their souls, he wasn't sure. However, Ling Xiao believed that he was only at the edge of the eternal divine realm. He wouldn't be so unlucky as to meet a Divine Soul Realm martial artist. Perhaps because it had only one function The starting price was only 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. "I'll take it," Ling Xiao bid right away. This item might be useless to others, but it was too important to his brothers, Xiao Jin and Long Qin. 20. "I'll bid for it too." Perhaps the man in red thought that the price was too low, so he deliberately made trouble. This time he was obviously targeting Ling Xiao. 30. Ling Xiao didn't dare to bid too many spirit stones at once, mainly because he was worried that others would think that it was something good and fight for it. That wouldn't be fun. 40. The man in red bid with a smile. It was obvious that he was a rich man. This little bit of supreme-grade spirit stones could be used for fun. 100. The woman in blue joined in the bidding and retreated the price to 100. What a bunch of lunatics. Ling Xiao shook his head. This was just a ring that could block demonic aura. How could they bid so crazily? 100. Ling Xiao still bid calmly. 200. The man in red laughed. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. These people obviously wanted to make things difficult for him. However, for the sake of Xiao Jin and Long Qin, he had to go all out. He could earn more supreme-grade spirit stones. But if Xiao Jin and Long Qin were in danger, it would be too late for him to regret it. He sharply judged the thoughts of the woman in blue and the man in red. The two of them didn't know what special effect the ring had. They only knew that it could block demonic aura. They definitely wouldn't pay too high a price. Moreover, they had already spent a lot of spirit stones to bid for several items previously. Ling Xiao didn't believe that they would dare to act recklessly. He gritted his teeth and said directly, "I'll pay 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones to buy a ring that could block demonic aura." Seemed crazy. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it, as long as it was for his brothers. What was wrong with it? Moreover, someone will pay for the spirit stones he spent today. He glanced coldly at the VIP room where the man in red was. It wasn't to bid, but purely to disgust him. He wouldn't let this kind of behavior go so easily. "Haha, idiot, you're really a fool with a lot of money." The man in red's voice came from the VIP room. Ling Xiao didn't respond. Since he had already decided to deal with this guy, he had nothing else to say. After that, another treasure that could block demonic aura appeared. This time, it wasn't a ring but a pendant. However, the effect was similar. It was almost the same as before, but the woman in blue didn't bid. The man in red forced Ling Xiao to raise the price to 10,000 before he was willing to give up. After that, Ling Xiao waited until the end of the auction and found that there was nothing else good. Only then did he turn around and leave. He had already locked onto the man in red. However, he couldn't make a move in the Blood Axe Tower. There were many experts in the Blood Axe Tower. Making a move here was tantamount to courting death. Ling Xiao understood this point. However, what he didn't expect was that he wanted to deal with the man in red. The man in red actually wanted to kill him. Chapter 50-57. The red-clothed man wanted to kill Ling Xiao just because of the quarrel at the auction. This guy was much more ruthless than Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao left Blood Axe Tower, the red-clothed man had secretly followed him. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This was good. He could lure the man to a place where no one was around and kill him. Right now, Xiao Jin and the others were in the universe world. The red-clothed man probably thought that Ling Xiao was alone, so he wasn't afraid. He actually chased after him alone. By the time the red-clothed man sensed danger, it was already too late. Before he knew it, he'd left Blood Axe City and arrived in a dense forest. Ling Xiao instantly released a martial soul barrier to trap the red-clothed man. "Surprised, aren't you?" Ling Xiao looked back at the surprised red-clothed man and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Give me your storage ring." His goal was to rob. The red-clothed man had made him spend so many top-grade spirit stones for nothing. He had to get them back. "Kill me? Haha, are you joking?" the red-clothed man suddenly pulled out 2 axes. A bloody aura rushed out of his body, exuding an insufferably domineering aura. His entire being was like a bloody giant beast. His aura alone could tear his opponent apart. Ling Xiao had thought that this guy was an ignorant and incompetent spoiled brat. But he was wrong. This red-clothed man had killed countless people. His axes were emperor weapons with 2 divine dragon inscriptions. They were stained with the aura of countless dead souls, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Boom! The violent killing intent condensed into a sword and 2 axes in the air. They fiercely collided. Then they both dissipated. Ling Xiao suddenly took 3 or 4 steps back, blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. The red-clothed man only swayed a little. This collision instantly showed that Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to the red-clothed man's. This guy was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao had imagined. He wasn't just stronger than Tian Dinglai, he was much stronger. His body, divine energy, and killing intent were nurtured by the eternal divine realm's power of laws. It was really too scary. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had activated the Crimson Blood Demon sword's killing intent to resist. Otherwise, with just the killing intent alone, Ling Xiao would have been seriously injured. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you. An emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns? This is something that even I don't have. Unfortunately, you don't know how to use it at all. You're letting me off easy. The red-robed man revealed an evil grin and suddenly took a step forward. His red robe flapped loudly. It was like a flag in the wind. Within his dual axes, terrifying divine essence suddenly surged. In the next moment, Ling Xiao felt like the world was spinning before his eyes. It was as if the entire world had been turned upside down, overturning heaven and earth. The red-robed man roared and chopped down with both axes. In that instant, his aura overflowed into the heavens and overturned the universe. It completely covered Ling Xiao. The aura released by the broad axe seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Most people would not even know how to defend themselves, let alone attack. Heaven and earth spun, and the direction was in a mess. Even the circulation of divine essence would be affected. But it was under such a difficult situation that Ling Xiao was long prepared. At the same time that the other party released the attack, Ling Xiao was not idle either. The Void God's sword in his right hand shot out 9 streaks of sword energy in an attempt to restore heaven and earth to normal. And the fiend sovereign physique of the 3 sovereigns' physique was already released. The fiend sovereign physique held the Crimson Blood Demon sword. Although it could not be used normally, just treating it as an ordinary weapon was also sharper than any magic treasure. In an instant, the fiend's sovereign physique already arrived behind the red-robed man. At the same time that Ling Xiao blocked the overturning heaven and earth, he actually also instantly launched an attack. This kind of performance, the red-robed man probably really did not expect it. His reaction also showed an instant of sluggishness. But this guy was ultimately a martial artist who had killed countless people. His ability to adapt to changes was really extremely strong. The instant that the Crimson Blood Demon sword in the fiend Sovereign Physique's hand was about to pierce into the red-robed man's neck, a cloud of bloody fiendish light suddenly appeared behind that red-robed man. When the long sword hit that light, it actually seemed to have hit a shield, although it pierced through in an instant. But unfortunately, he had already missed the opportunity to kill the red-robed man. The other party's figure changed, and he actually already arrived above Ling Xiao's head. The 2 axes slashed down crazily. Violent energy continued to fall, like hailstones, but also like a storm of blades. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he was in a black storm. His entire body was locked by blades. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. At this moment, the only thing that Ling Xiao could do was to defend. The other party's attack was too sudden, and the power was extremely fierce. He thought that he definitely could not block or dodge. Then the best way was to first resist with the Divine Ape Invincible formation. In just an instant, the Divine Ape Invincible formation shattered into mottled golden light. The other party's attack was really powerful, and it was really terrifying. But this also gave Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. The god devil physique suddenly appeared. He blasted out a terrifying god's fist. It smashed towards the red-robed man's head. The red-robed man's figure flashed and suddenly turned into blood-colored afterimages. His body seemed to have become one with the two axes. He became uncatchable. He became indestructible. Once again, the red-robed man dodged the attack of the god-devil physique. Once again, he appeared behind Ling Xiao and violently slashed down with the axes. If this hit, Ling Xiao's neck would definitely be chopped apart. This time, when the attack was unleashed, the surrounding space seemed to be affected by it. Although the space did not collapse or distort, it formed a strange vortex. It completely sealed off Ling Xiao's space to dodge. It even pulled Ling Xiao's body toward the axes. It felt as if Ling Xiao deliberately wanted to collide with them. This guy was really scary. Ling Xiao had to admit that this red-robed man was much scarier than Tian Dinglai. Tian Dinglia's strength was only in his speed. When his speed was countered, there was nothing to be afraid of. But this guy seemed to be able to find a way to deal with it no matter how you calculated. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. He was very grateful that he had met such an opponent after coming to the eternal divine realm. If he had met him earlier, he could have poured cold water on him. It would have made him less arrogant. It would have made him realize the reality of his current situation. In the 4 domains and 9 realms, he could kill enemies 3 realms above him. But here, even if he was facing a martial artist of the same cultivation level, he would have to go all out to defeat them. However, this kind of challenge made Ling Xiao very excited. This meant that he could still become stronger. Universe of Tyrants. Ling Xiao had no choice but to release Universe of Tyrants. Because his opponent was too fierce, with his current strength, there was no way he could defeat him. Even if he released Universe of Tyrants, it might only be able to save his life. The moment Universe of Tyrants was released, the red-robed man's attack was affected and became much slower. Ling Xiao's body turned into a golden light and shot out. He had finally escaped a disaster. During the battle, Ling Xiao did not realize that his forehead was covered in sweat. The energy in his cultivation sea, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to rise again. It had reached 20% of the energy of the early 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.